Whee! Yeah, good morning. Fuck the nerds. Fuck them. Fuck them right in the pussy, too. How's everybody doing? Everybody have a good Thanksgiving? Get you plenty of food and that? Good. Good. We'll watch some football now. Good morning. Yeah, good morning too. Fine Saul, man. Gump, man. Bryce. Dat boy, Kenny. What's up? Happy Thanksgiving to you too, buddy. Tennessee 27, Vandy 24. I'd be surprised if Vandy scores 24, buddy. I'd be shocked if Vandy scores 24 on Tennessee. Yeah, I did, Orbit. Hope you did too, buddy. Hey, what's up, Nate? Wisconsin lost 7 straight to miss another bowl game. Damn, that's some Nebraska type. That's a Nebraska move there. That's a Nebraska move. They finally made a bowl game this year in Nebraska, but they've been doing that for years, losing 5-6 games in a row to miss a bowl. Did I eat a lot of turkey? I ate an average amount of turkey. I like the sides are the star of the show to me on Thanksgiving. You know, mashed potatoes, collard greens, green bean casserole, stuffing, mac and cheese, butter beans, all that shit there. Metal Rules, what's up, buddy? He says, hey, Lou, most righteous show as usual. If USC don't defeat their hated rivals, Georgia needs to send them Notre Dame fighting midgets back to Sunday school with tears rolling down their face in the playoffs. I don't know. Notre Dame might can win a playoff game this year depending on who they get matched up with. Go Gators, great recruiting jump today to 15th. Yeah, 9th in the SEC. I mean, Napier's worst recruiting yet. Congratulations. 9th in the SEC. It's amazing. Is Bama back? Yeah, they're back right where they were before they hired Saban. Right. They're right back where they were before they hired Saban. So yeah, they are back. They are back. Shit. T-Money, you wouldn't know nothing about style if it slapped you right in the pussy, buddy. LOL, why do I come here? You come here to troll me, usually. Or at least attempt to. You're 1-0 on the outpick, Colby? Uh-oh. Good job, Vic. Lou, you taking Georgia Tech in the 18? I don't bet against Georgia, but I'm not taking Georgia minus. Actually, it's down to 17 now, but I'm not taking. I didn't bet Georgia. I didn't bet the game. But Georgia doesn't cover. I don't think Georgia will win by. I don't think Georgia will cover. I mean, I hope they do, but they usually don't. Georgia's 3-8 against the spread this year. Mississippi State plus 26. Yeah, that was a winner. That was my pick, and that was a winner. Big Ten fans think the SEC is garbage. Yeah, I don't understand that at all. At all. None of those Big Ten people that say the SEC is garbage would pick the 3rd best team in the Big Ten to beat the 7th best team in the SEC. So they don't even believe their own lies. So it's just funny. You just have to laugh when you see shit like that. Ole Miss didn't do enough to keep SC out the playoff with a Clemson win. One has nothing to do with the other, buddy. South Carolina getting in the playoffs doesn't have anything to do with the Egg Bowl. 0. Lou, Dean Leggy reached out with that turkey sandwich offering yet? No, that dumbass told me he's not doing a turkey this year. So I'm done with him. I don't trust people who don't cook a turkey on Thanksgiving, so I'm done with Dean Leggy. I'm moving on to a different Georgia football channel. What's it called? Georgia Bulldogs football or something. The one with Roddy Nabalsi on it. That's the one I'm moving on to now. I'm not watching somebody who doesn't do turkey on Thanksgiving. So I'm done with Dean Leggy. What's the over-under on Georgia Tech covering the spread? That doesn't even make any sense. That's not even a thing. If you do not play an SEC schedule, you should not be allowed to win the Heisman. That's the most ridiculous thing I've heard, maybe ever. The only 3-loss team that they'd even consider putting in is Bama. No, that's not true. Bama's got a chance to get in if enough teams ahead of them lose, but Georgia could lose 3 and get in. South Carolina could still get in. Clemson could get in with 3 losses. Clemson could lose to South Carolina. Miami lose to Syracuse, and Clemson beat SMU in the ACC title game. But there's lots of possibilities for 3-loss teams to get in. How did Georgia lose this terrible Ole Miss team? Yeah, looking back on it now, that might have been Georgia's worst game of the year. Was that game they played at Ole Miss? That might have been their worst game of the year. But I told y'all, 12-team playoff. College football is no longer a sprint, it's a marathon. And peaking in week 4 is not a good idea. If you don't believe me, ask the Alabama man. Peaking in week 4, winning in week 4 doesn't mean anything. All it means for Alabama fans is that they get to type all offseason that they beat Georgia. But in terms of doing anything meaningful for your season, it's pointless. Just like Tennessee losing to Arkansas doesn't matter. But we beat Georgia. Yeah, Bama can have that printed on the back of their Citrus Bowl trophy. Thank you, Tractor Life. Let me get caught up on these super chats before I get too far behind. Thank you. And Droovy, thank you, too. Let's see. Metal Rules, thank you again for that first super chat of the day. Colton Silcock says, Go Gators, great recruiting jump today to 15th. Yeah, I read that one too. Moves Florida all the way up to 9th in the SEC. Billy Napier's worst recruiting class yet. Big Ten fans think the SEC is garbage. Yeah, we addressed that. Buckeye Man says, tomorrow is the big day. No more cheating. Belt stash for 60 minutes. Ohio State wins big. I like Ohio State to win and cover. I do think Ohio State is looking to put a beating on Michigan tomorrow. I like Ohio State to cover. How is Arizona a 9.5 point favorite against Arizona State? They're not. I don't know what. I'm not sure what you looked at. Arizona State is a 9-point favorite, not Arizona. So I don't know what you're looking at, Insanity. But Arizona's not favored. Arizona State is. I just looked. They're favored by 8.5 or 9, depending on where you look. Arizona State is, not Arizona. Average Matt says, keep killing it, Lou. Go Dogs. Yeah, thank you, Matt. Yeah, last weekend of the regular season here, year number 10 on LouTube. So, hey, big shout out to everybody that's hung out with us again for another college football season. And it's not over. Believe we still have 2 months of football left. I mean, it sounds crazy to say, but we still have 2 months. The Natty game is not till January 20th. And look, Georgia can lose their next 2 games and miss the playoffs, and yeah, that'll suck for me. But I'll still be right here streaming all the playoff games and the big bowl games and all that. So we ain't going nowhere. We'll be here for at least another. Well, I don't go anywhere year round. You know, I do this dumb shit 365 days a year, college football, but a lot of you do leave when the season's over. But even those of you that leave when the season's over, you got another 2 months. Let's ride. All right, come on, dogs. I feel like I haven't streamed the Georgia game on YouTube in a while. Most of them ended up going on Patreon this year. Ramblin' Wreck gonna get rambled and wrecked. Yes. Yes. I'm actually very nervous for tomorrow versus Vandy, says Dripped Up Vol. Well, I could understand being the same amount of nervous that any normal fan is heading into any game. But no one's picking Vandy to win that. Not anybody that's willing to bet on it. Tennessee should win that one. UJ radio broadcast has gone downhill. Yeah. I don't know. I wouldn't have no way of knowing. Haynes King is good in playing the whole game. I'm willing to bet you any amount of money you want that he doesn't play the whole game. They're going to rotate quarterbacks in and out like they always do. They're going to put Haynes King in to run the ball and the other quarterback in to throw the ball. But Haynes King is good at running the ball, yes. Can you flip the Central Florida helmet upside down if they lose to Utah? No. No. Nah, not going to do that. I think we're done with the flipping the helmets over this year. The problem is, see, if I flip a helmet over now, it's most likely going to stay that way all the way until next year. And I don't like to do it that way. I like the flipping the helmets thing started off as a joke, and it's kind of gotten carried away a little. But the helmets aren't meant to be upside down for more than like a week or two. You know, something realistic that a team can do. Like it started last year with Clemson. And I really didn't think Clemson was going to go the whole season turning the ball over. You know, it was like week 4 or 5 or something, and Clemson had turned the ball over in every game. And some Clemson fans said, man, you should just turn our helmet upside down until we go a game without turning it over. And I thought it was funny. And so that was the first helmet we ever flipped over, was the Clemson one. And they ended up never getting flipped back the right way. They had a turnover in every single game the rest of the year, but it's not really meant to be like that. Georgia's helmet got turned over for turnovers at one point this year, after the Florida game, maybe. I can't remember the exact timeline, but some Georgia fan told me to turn the Georgia helmet over for turnovers, and it was turned upside down for a couple of weeks. The Georgia helmet was. Oh, that's right. Miami lost to Georgia Tech. Miami wants people to take them seriously so bad because, like this kid here, Makama, he wasn't even alive the last time Miami won anything. But like Miami fans want to be taken seriously so bad, and they finally get ranked high, and then what do? They go out and lose to Georgia Tech. Sorry, buddy, but you've lost to Georgia Tech now 2 years in a row. There is no such thing as a good program that has lost to Georgia Tech 2 years in a row. It doesn't exist. Find me any program in college football that's lost to Georgia Tech 2 years in a row that you think is good. There ain't one. There ain't one. My favorite weekend of college football? Mine too, man. Mine too. I like the first week of the year, obviously, because it seems like you wait forever in the off season, you know? So the first week is always really good. And then there's usually some week during the year, and which week it is changes from year to year, but there's usually like 1 week during the year where everybody's like, this is the best Saturday of the season. But as far as like weeks you can count on every single season, week 1 and rivalry week are by far my two favorites. Michigan cheating is a padlock stat. Oh, that's a paper popper. That's a paper popper stat. That's a paper popper stat. Even with a loss, UJ still going to the SEC title game? Yeah, this isn't a conference game, so it doesn't have anything to do with that. All right, here come the dogs. Getting ready to take the field. We'll be underway here in just a few minutes in Athens on a Friday night. Rare Friday night game in Athens. Fuck the goddamn nerds. Fuck them. Fuck Georgia Tech. Fuck Sea-Dog and Rec Tech and fuck whatever Pep Boys they work at. Fuck calculators. Fuck that old ass car they drive. That car was brand new the last time Georgia Tech was any good. That old ass fucking clunker they drive. Georgia Tech, that fucking whatever the fuck that thing is. Buckeye Man, thank you for the super chat. He says, who do you think the biggest / best rivalry in college football is? Man, I go back and forth between the Iron Bowl and Michigan, Ohio State. And kind of depends on which of those two games is bigger in a given year. So like the last couple of years, I think Michigan Ohio State has been like biggest and best rivalry game because of what that game meant the last couple of years. But if I had to just rank like all time, I don't know if I could pick between those two. I would probably do like a 1A and 1B thing for the Iron Bowl and Michigan Ohio State. Trucking with Jeter, what's up, buddy? He says, I'd like to see Florida versus Minnesota in the average at best bowl, but I got Florida winning against Florida State 41-13. Yeah, I think Florida will handle Florida State no problem. And is that a projection, Florida versus Minnesota in the bowl game? I haven't looked at like bowl game projections or whatever. That would be disappointing. But if we get Florida versus Minnesota, that tells you that's everything that's wrong with the bowl system. These automatic, if you're the sixth best team in this league, you have to go to that bowl and play this team from that league. They should just like they have a committee that sets up the playoff, they should just have some random committee that sets up bowl games and give us interesting games. Outside of Florida fans, I can't think of anybody who is dying to watch Florida play Minnesota. There are no Minnesota fans, so it's not even them. It would literally just be the Florida fans. And that's a problem with the bowl games. Give us something interesting to watch, and people will watch it, even if it's not great teams. Even if it's 6, 7, 8 win teams or not in the playoffs or whatever. But the matchup is interesting. I think people would watch those games. Austin Rogers says, effing juice poots Meemaw. I can't go that far. I can't bring myself to talk shit about people's Meemaws. Never watched the game. You mean Meemaw never watched the game or Juice Poot? Yeah, but I can't bring myself to talk about somebody's Meemaw, though. I can't do that. I can't do that. That should be like, forget like a local law or a state law, or forget even federal law. That should just be like a universal law. Like, you can't talk shit about somebody's Meemaw. That should be like a worldwide law. Looks like Georgia's going to be kicking things off here, so they probably won the toss. I'm assuming Georgia always defers to the second half when they do win the toss, so I didn't hear the announcers say what happened. But Georgia, in either case, Georgia is kicking off, so the Nerds will have the ball first. Here we go. We are underway in Athens on a Friday night. This ball is going to go in and out of the back of the end zone for a touchback. So the Nerds will get the ball first and 10 on their own 25. Buy Insanity says they need to do an Oklahoma versus USC bowl game immediately. Yes, this is what I'm talking about. Exactly. We'll put you. You'll be when I become college football commissioner. Buy Insanity. You'll be in charge of the bowl committee that matches up games. Yes. Give us Oklahoma versus Southern. Everybody would watch that. The Lincoln Riley Bowl. All right, 1st and 10 for the Nerds. Haynes King in at quarterback. 3 wide. They're going to hand it off on first down right up the gut. Picks up 2 or 3. That's a... Oh, no. What? I thought they blew it dead. About a 50-yard gain. I thought he ran right up the middle and got stuck, and then everybody just piled around. And I thought they blew it dead right there. But they didn't. And he got loose around the edge, down the sideline, all the way down to about Georgia 30? Huge play on first down for the Nerds. Apologies to Meemaw. F the model then. Yeah. We can all agree, fuck the model. Yeah. Kentucky, first time in 9 years, we aren't going to a bowl game. Yeah, bad season for Kentucky. Haynes King's going to keep the ball on 1st and 10, picks up 2 yards inside the 30 to the 29. 2nd and about 8 coming up now for the Nerds. Kentucky man down bad this year. Yeah, plus they hate their head coach now, because he tried to take the Texas A&M job last year. The Texas A&M fans rioted in the street because they didn't want Mark Stoops. So Mark Stoops said, okay, fine, I'll stay at Kentucky. And so he somehow managed to piss off all the Kentucky fans too. All right, 2nd and 8 on the Georgia 29 for the Nerds. Motion. Haynes King rolls out to his left, looks downfield, throws, caught, but he bobbled it, I believe. Looked like he was bobbling it to me. The referees are talking. Let's see the replay. Yeah, I think that's going to be out of bounds. Yeah, that's an incomplete pass. 3rd and long coming up now for the Nerds. Mark Stoops about to leave Kentucky anyway. Where's he going? 3rd and 8 for Georgia Tech from the Georgia 29. Come on, dogs. Somebody make a play here on defense. Haynes King back to throw. Blitz. Gets rid of it. Caught. And he picks up a 1st down. Made a tackler miss. You got to make that fucking tackle. 3rd and 8. They had him after a gain of about 6 and missed the fucking tackle. Georgia sent a blitz. It's a good job here by Haynes King. Georgia sends a blitz and Haynes King throws it right where the blitzer came from. So good read by Haynes King and a missed tackle by none other than Malachi Starks, a pretend All-American. Piss poor effort, buddy. Piss poor fucking effort. 1st and 10 Nerds. First possession of the game. They're just inside the Georgia 20. Shotgun. Motion. Snap. Haynes King hands it off. Gain of 2 off of right tackle. 2nd and 8. War crime, Lou, the phrase you want for talking shit about Meemaws is war. Yeah, make it a war crime. Yeah, send them to trial at The Hague or whatever. Have a trial at The Hague, you know? If you talk shit about anybody's Meemaw, Interpol is going to come arrest you. 2nd and 8 for for Georgia Tech. Coming up on 12 minutes to go in the first quarter. This is the first possession of the game. Georgia Tech moving a bunch of people around here. Empty backfield for Haynes King on 2nd and 8. Smells like a quarterback draw to me. Motion. Timeout. Somebody called a timeout. Georgia Tech. Play clock was running down. Haynes King couldn't get his players lined up the way he wanted them. Play clock was winding down. So they called a timeout from the sideline. Losing panic mode. Yeah, we're 3 minutes into the game and there's no score. I couldn't be more panicked. Holy shit. Some of y'all really need to learn about projection because you're giving yourselves away. You're giving yourselves away. Now, you're too fucking retarded to know what projection is, but Google it, look it up, or get somebody to sit you down and explain to you what it is, because that's what you're doing. Mike Bobo wrecked your car. We can tell you're nervous, Lou. Boy, nothing gets past you. I don't know, Lou. Tech looks like they're going to be able to move the ball. They had one gain of 50 yards on a busted play up the middle and nothing else. I don't know what... Have you watched any of this game? You think it's likely Georgia Tech gains 50 yards on a busted play on every single possession? Every other play they've ran has been no gain or a 2-yard gain. Come on, man. I'm old enough to remember week 0 when Florida State went down the field and scored on Georgia Tech. And every one of you idiots in the comment section that are telling me Georgia Tech is going to win right now because of the first 3 minutes of this game were in that comment section telling me, oh, Florida State's going to win 50-0. They scored in the first 2 minutes of the game. This one's over. This one's over. And y'all do this every week. It doesn't matter what game we're streaming. Whoever scores first, half the comment section. Well, this game's over. That's it. That's it. You might as well turn this one off. It's over. Such and such team just scored. They're going to win 50-0. Let me ask you something. How many teams have scored against Georgia on the first possession in the last 2 years? Georgia's played, what, 25, 26 games in the last 2 years? 20 of those, 21 of those, the opposing team has scored on the first possession. Georgia's lost 3 out of those 25. Come on, man. Come on, man. Y'all are dumb as shit. I was 2-0 today. I had Colorado minus, I think, 14. What did I have? Colorado minus something in the first half, and of course they more than covered that. That was the only bet I had in the noon games. The 3:30 games, I had Sam Houston +2 over Liberty, and Sam Houston won outright. So I'm 2-0 today. I don't have a bet on the Georgia Tech game, or any other game tonight for that matter. Genty, Hunter, or Ward? I would go Travis Hunter, but they both had great games today. Albertius, Gentworthy, Smith, and Travis Hunter both had huge games today. Huge games today. All right, 2nd and 8 for the Nerds. Empty backfield for Haynes King. Motion, snap. Haynes King keeps up the middle. Picks up 4 yards. 3 or 4. It's going to be 3rd and about 4 now for Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech is better than they have been. Yeah, they're not going 3-9 anymore like they used to. Those were the good old days. Howdy, Lou. Hope you had a good Thanksgiving and all that. Go Dogs. Hey, thank you, Matt. Hope you had a good Thanksgiving too, buddy. Good to see you in here. Good to see you in here. Don't forget the Patreon stream tomorrow will be for prime time. A lot of you in here on the Patreon page. Tomorrow, prime time on Patreon, 7:30 tomorrow night. We'll stream the Texas A&M game. 3rd and 4. Haynes King back to throw. Caught. And he's going to be tackled behind the line of scrimmage for a loss of about a yard, maybe 2. 4th and about 5 coming up for the Nerds. They'll have to kick a field goal. So, good defense for the Dogs outside of that busted play at the very beginning. Good defense for the Dogs outside of that one play. 3-0 UJ loses this one. Sorry, Lou. Yeah. No, 12-0, because this is the first quarter, so you got to assume Georgia Tech will kick a field goal in every quarter and win 12-0. That's the way the chat goes. And the field goal is up and good. Georgia Tech 3, Georgia 0, 10:38 to go in the first. Tackle UGA. UJ, they did all right on that. That one play, I'm not worried about that 50-yard. That was a busted play up the middle. I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about that. Maybe since Georgia Tech scored first, now would be a good time to live bet the game. Live bet Georgia if we can get it for under 4. Think I can get it under 14 now? Let's see. What's the live line on the game? It was 17 at kickoff. Georgia Tech's up 3-0. Maybe the line has come down. I can live bet it. Let's see. Yeah, Georgia minus 13.5. There we go. Boom. Pay me. All right. Georgia minus 13.5 is the bet. Georgia minus 13.5. Genty over 220 yards today. Yeah, if you watched my video earlier, I did a prize picks play on all the Heisman contenders. I did Genty over 148 yards, Travis Hunter over 106 yards. Both of those hit. My third one was Cam Ward, I think over 274 or something tomorrow. So I need him to hit that. But I did a prize picks play on all the Heisman, the 3 Heisman favorites. So we'll see if it hits. The first 2 hit. Travis Hunter and Genty hit. So we'll see what happens tomorrow with Cam Ward. 1st and 10 for the Dogs. They're going to keep it on the ground with Nate Frazier. Spins his way up the middle for a gain of about 7. Nice run on 1st down for the Dogs. I'm going to tell you something about this Roderick Robinson for Georgia. He hadn't played all year because of a fucking turf toe. I don't know what in the world is going on with Georgia's foot doctor, but they need a new one. I've never seen anybody in the history of mankind be sidelined for an entire season with turf toe. Passing complete on 2nd and 3. It's going to be 3rd and 3. I mean, he got turf toe like a week or two before the season started, and he's been out all year with fucking turf toe. 3rd and 3 for Georgia. I've never seen anybody miss that much fucking time with turf toe before. You could probably have your toe amputated and be back quicker than that. 3rd and 3, Carson Beck in a shotgun. Georgia on the own 27. Carson Beck in the pocket. Throws. Fucking Arian Smith. Jesus Christ. I really hope he leaves after this year. I really hope he fucking leaves. That guy drops more passes than anybody I've ever seen. "33rd drop pass this year." Arian Smith has more drops than he does catches in his career. I mean, it's just unbelievable. 3 and out for the Dogs on their first possession. They'll be punting it away. Thorson standing on his own 13. Arian Smith's been here 5 fucking years and can't catch a ball. That's fucking sad. 5 years. 5 years. He's been on Georgia's team since 2020. 2020, 2021, 22, 23, 24, 5 fucking years, Arian Smith. Turf toe doesn't go away, it lingers. It's gone away for every other human being on the face of the planet except for Roderick Robinson. No one has ever been out for 4 months with turf toe before, ever. I looked it up. No one's ever been out that long. Turf toe is usually a season-ending injury. No, it's not. It's usually 3 to 6 weeks. I looked it up. No one's ever missed an entire season with turf toe. I don't know what kind of weird shit y'all are trying to make up in the comment section to take up for Roderick Robinson, but the guy's been out all year with turf toe. He hasn't played 1 snap. Turf toe usually requires surgery. His turf toe wasn't bad enough for surgery. He didn't even have surgery. It was a minor fucking sprain. For those of you that don't know, turf toe is a fucking toe sprain. That's it. It's a fucking toe sprain. That's all it is. He didn't even have to have surgery. I don't understand. Are y'all dating Roderick Robinson or something? I'm not talking shit about him. I'm just saying he's the only human being that's ever missed an entire season with turf toe. Rustin Key says, "Hey Lou, nice hat, bro." Yeah, thank you, buddy. Thank you. Go Team says, "How did he drop that pass?" Same way he's dropped the other 200 passes over the course of the last 5 years. The guy couldn't catch a cold in an igloo. It's time for Oklahoma State to let Mike Gundy go. You know, Oklahoma State hasn't won a game since September. I mean, that's fucking. What are they? They're 2-10, or 3-9, whatever. And they were picked to. They were one of the favorites in the Big 12. So it's not like they were supposed to be bad. They were supposed to be good. Yeah, I think the Gundy experiment has run its course at Oklahoma State. Turf toe is a sprained toe. I think they call it turf toe because back in the day when you used to actually play on turf, it was an injury that happened a lot more often because of the turf. So it got the nickname turf toe. But all turf toe means is you have a sprained toe. That's what it means. You have a sprained toe. That's it. If Georgia wins, these cheeks are yours. They're mine regardless, especially now. I done built up a... who knows the whole thing about credit and how you get credit as a guy and all that. I done built up so much fucking credit, it's insane. I can do no wrong right now, believe me. So, but thank you, BA's dump truck. Played a freshman phenom receiver, Kirby. We don't have a freshman phenom receiver, buddy. We don't have one. We We've got a couple of freshman receivers that might end up being pretty good, but none of them are phenoms. That I can promise you. I've got so much credit, it's ridiculous. I might as well be a bank at this point. Haynes King throws off his back foot, but caught wide open at midfield. Another big play from the Nerds, this time through the air. King was under pressure and backpedaling and threw it off his back foot, but I guess that's easy to do when nobody's covering this motherfucker. I don't know, was this some kind of a zone coverage? What is this? Yeah. Better get it together. UJ and Bama are not that different. Well, one's going to the playoffs and one's not. So that's a difference I can live with. Haynes King on the ground, picks up 5 or 6 yards that time. Second down coming up for the Nerds, just into Georgia territory. These teams are eating up number 12 Humphreys and Starks all year. I'm sick of it. Yes, Starks. Carson Beck gets a lot of criticism, like for regressing from what he was last year, which is fair. He has regressed from last year. But I don't hear the same criticism being thrown Malachi Starks' way. And he was a preseason All-American, projected first-round draft pick, and that guy has been barely average this year, Malachi Starks. He's regressed. Georgia Tech's going to pick up the first down. Gain of about 10 that time. I hope Nuss comes back next year because Bryce went to Michigan. He's not as bad as people think. LSU better hope Nussmeier comes back next year because they don't have Squiddly D behind that. Not that I know of anyway. The defense is confused by this run, pass offense. I can hear the panic in your voice. Empty backfield for Georgia Tech. 1st and 10. Haynes King are going to hand it off on a motion. Picks up another 5 yards. 5 yards every single play. You can tell the casuals, they make outrageous statements during the first halves of games. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. These are the same people that when Florida State scored to start the game against Georgia Tech in week 0, that's it, game over. Florida State's going to beat them 50-0. And they do it. They've done it every single game since then, too. I hope, what does that say? I hope Nuss has something close to Sam's second-year jump like Burrow or Daniels, but that's just being spoiled. Well, I don't think he's got the ceiling of a Burrow or a Daniels, but obviously he's got a ton of experience, and he's not terrible. So if he just gets a little bit better next year, that would probably be, I'm assuming the best case scenario for LSU would be that he comes back. Like I would be, I don't think there's somebody on that roster right now who would be better next year than Nussmeier would be next year. Empty backfield again for Georgia Tech on 3rd and 1. Motion. Snap. Haynes King keeps and picks up the first. Oh, no, he might not have actually. It's close. I don't think he got it. He's going to be a half a yard short. I'm sure the Nerds will go for it here. It's 4th and 6 inches maybe. I'm sure they're going to go for it here. Who do you think will win the Jim Thorpe Award? You know what? I don't even know who the finalists are. I just know Travis Hunter's not one. I saw that headline or whatever, and I saw the clip from Dion, but I don't even know who the finalists are, so I couldn't even make a pick on it. Shotgun for Georgia Tech on 4th and 1. Handoff. He didn't get it. Didn't get it. Lost a yard. Turnover on downs. Well, I guess that's it. Georgia's going to win 100-3. Why would you line up in shotgun with 6 inches to go out? You know what I think it is? I don't think these teams practice anything other than shotgun anymore. So when they get in a game, they're too afraid to do it. Because it's not just a Georgia Tech thing. You see it all the time in these short yardage situations, plays run from the shotgun. And the only thing I can figure is that they just don't ever practice it, so they don't want to do it in a game. Hey! Roderick Robinson! Welcome back to reality. Oh my, welcome back to the land of the living. Holy shit. I thought y'all said it was Turf Toe was season ending. Gained 4 yards too. Hell, give it to him again. He's got fresh legs. Shit, he ain't played since last December. Yeah, he must have heard me. You're right, Pine Sol. He must have heard me and he said, fuck this, put some tape on my toe and send me out there, coach. Tackling is horrible. Does Georgia have a jugs machine? Yes and no on the first part, no on the second part. Ohio State's going to hire Billy Napier and Florida to hire Lyle, says Colorblind. Colorblind might be the least of your problems, buddy. Yeah. 3rd and 4, back to throw, over the middle. Caught! Dylan Bell back from the dead too. He was hurt. What game was it Dylan Bell got hurt in? Was it the Tennessee game he got hurt in? So he didn't play last week, right? Against whatever elementary school Georgia played. Good to see him back. Georgia will need him in the postseason. If you're a Florida or an Alabama fan, the postseason is what happens after conference championship games. If you're a Florida fan, a conference championship game is what happens after the regular season. But anyway, we'll need Dylan Bell back for the playoffs. Like I say, if you're an Alabama or a Florida fan, the playoffs is what happens after the conference championship games. But you can Google, if you're a Florida fan or an Alabama fan, you can Google 12-team playoff, and it'll explain it to you. Kenny Dillingham, Coach of the Year. He's got to be on the list. Dillingham. Who else? Oh, Cignetti. You got Kurt Cignetti's got to be on the list. I mean, well, I'll ask y'all. Okay, so everybody's been knocking Indiana's schedule, and I get it. No ranked wins. I'm with you. I'm with you on that. But what do you think is more impressive? 11-1 with Indiana's schedule. It's a Big Ten schedule. I know they didn't play I know it wasn't great, but it was a Big Ten schedule. 11-1 with a Big Ten schedule, or 10-2 with a Big 12 schedule. Arizona State's got some good wins. I don't know. Cignetti. I don't know, man. That's a tough one. It's a good thing there's like 11 different Coach of the Year awards. So maybe Cignetti will win some and Dillingham will win some. They're both deserving, I think. Oklahoma State, not Ohio State. Yeah. Oklahoma State is hiring Billy Napier. Yeah, that's a no. And Florida's hiring Lyle. Yeah, that would be hilarious, but of course, none of that's happening because Billy Napier's staying at Florida and no one's hiring Lyle. Not in the Power 5 or Power 4. Should Gundy get fired? When somebody's been there that long, it's hard to fire him. So I don't have the answer to that. I mean, this year is completely unacceptable, obviously, but I don't know that they'll fire him. I don't know. Maybe if he has another year next year like he had this year, then maybe. Deion Sanders is going to coach the Chicago Bears. I find that extremely hard to believe. I don't think Deion would take a job in the NFL unless his son was on the team. And the Bears aren't drafting Shador because they've got Caleb Williams. William Nick says, if Texas loses tomorrow, their resume is no better than Indiana's. If Indiana gets left out, so should a 2-loss Texas. Well, Indiana's not getting left out. Indiana's 11-1, and they're getting in the playoffs. But I think if Texas loses tomorrow, they should be out. I do. I think if Texas loses tomorrow, and they're 10-2 with 0 ranked wins and losses to the only 2 ranked teams they played, Georgia and Texas A&M, I think they should fall behind Clemson. Will they? That I don't know. But, I mean, their best wins are Vandy and Arkansas. Now, I disagree that I completely disagree that their resume is no better than Indiana's. That's just totally wrong and false. Texas' strength of schedule is much higher than Indiana's. Dwight Phillips Jr., another freshman running back, gets to carry for the Dogs that time. First quarter, clock ticks under 4 minutes to go. Georgia Tech 3, Georgia 0. It's going to be 1st and 10 for Georgia on the Georgia Tech 43. By far the best drive of the game for Georgia. Well, it's only their second possession. Nate Frazier in the backfield now. Carson Beck moving him around. Shotgun, snap. Hands it to Frazier. Puts his foot in the ground. Cuts it upfield for a gain of about 4, maybe about 4. Yeah, second and about 6 coming up now. Ty My 845 says if Boise loses the Mountain West game, who gets in? Hey, I'm glad you asked. I'm glad you asked. UNLV! Let's go! My hometown team has a shot to make the playoffs. Holy shit! Because guess who Boise State plays in the Mountain West game? UNLV! Let's go! Yeah, let's go! How about them Rebs? Carson Beck drops back, goes deep. Incomplete. Intended for London Humphreys. Goth Boy Forever, thank you for the super chat. He says, Astonian Gent Worthington Smith, amazing day today. Heisman for sure. He needs 341 yards to break the NCAA record, and there's 2 games left. Great content, Lou. Hey, thank you, buddy. Yeah. I did a prize picks play earlier where I took just the Heisman contenders. So I took Albertius Jet Worthington Smith over like 148. He obviously blew past that. I had Travis Hunter over basically 100 receiving yards. He hit that. And then I have Cam Ward, who plays tomorrow, over on the passing yards. So we'll have to see if I can hit that. But I took all the Heisman contenders. 4th down coming up for Georgia. They're going to keep the offense on the field. They're on the Georgia Tech 36-yard line. 4 wide. Beck in a shotgun. What are they going to do? Just fuck around and then kick a field goal? Try to draw them off sides? I get tired of watching teams try to do this. Even if it works, it still pisses me off. No, they snap it. Back to throw. Gets rid of it. Caught by Dylan Bell. 1st down Dogs. Gain of about, 15, 16 yards. A corner route. Big play for Georgia there. Keeps the drive alive. Hey, Austin, what's up, buddy? Good to see you in here. Happy Thanksgiving, sir. Topher says, Topher and son Ray watching. We're Gator fans rooting for Tech. We love watching you, Uncle Lou. Yeah, shout out to Topher and his son Ray. The Boom Boom Room. Remember Ray's Boom Boom Room from the movie Life with Eddie Murphy and Martin Lawrence? The Boom Boom Room. Ray's Boom Boom Room. Incomplete pass intended for Cash Jones out in the flat on 1st down. Falls incomplete. 2nd and 10 for the Dogs. A minute 30 to go in the 1st quarter. 3-0 is the score. Cam Ward should win the Heisman. 37 touchdowns and almost 4,000 yards. I would give it to Travis Hunter. I had a great Thanksgiving, man. I hope you did too. Yeah, Tulane got beat by Memphis. Pass complete to Arian Smith. Picks up close to a 1st down. He might be a little short. Let's see where they mark it. Yeah, it's going to be 3rd and about a yard. It's a little hitch pass there to Arian Smith right at the line of scrimmage. Good blocking by the wideouts downfield. Gain of about 9 for the Dogs. 3rd and a yard here. They're on the Georgia Tech 15. Now Carson Beck's going to line up under center here, it looks like. For those of you that were talking about that earlier, it looks like they are going to line up under center here on 3rd and short. You going to eat your cornbread? Yeah, what a great movie. Great movie. Everybody's always looking for something to watch. If you've never seen the movie Life, it's about 25 years old, but Eddie Murphy and Martin Lawrence back when they were both funny. You know, neither one of them are funny anymore, but this was in their prime. It's a great movie. Great movie. Scattered Covered Chunk. What's up, buddy? He says, can't fit a football in a pocket protector. Fuck the Nerds. Any news on Colby Young for the championship game? Unless the charges are dropped, he's not going to play. I mean, Kirby or nobody hadn't come out and said that, but I'm saying that. Unless the charges are dropped, he's not going to play. 3rd and a yard, Georgia did not get it. Got back to the line of scrimmage, and that's it. 4th and a yard coming up. So there's a court date scheduled on December 10th. So maybe the charges will get dropped in. Now, that's after the SEC championship game, not before. When would the charges were dropped? When did that happen? I haven't heard that. I haven't heard that. Where'd you hear that? I don't think the charges have been dropped. Under center on 4th and 1. Snap. Handoff. He didn't get it. Turnover on downs. So both offenses with a turnover on downs on the last 2 possessions. Lagway wins the Natty next season. Well, that's the dumbest comment so far. And that's an accomplishment, buddy, because we've had some dumb ones. But that's at the top of the list. I don't understand that. I don't know why they don't just kick the fucking field goal. More of this analytics bullshit. I don't know why you don't just kick the fucking field goal there. Is our head coach Lane Kiffin? Yeah, I don't understand that. I don't get it. I don't get it. Drive the length of the field for fucking nothing. I hope Georgia loses by 3. The woman involved has requested the charges be dropped. Yeah, I know that. Everybody knows that. That was 3 weeks ago. But the charges have not been dropped. And he's not going to play until and unless they are. Handoff on 1st down for the Nerds. Cuts across backfield. Has room. There he goes. 20, 25, 30, 35. Play was supposed to go to the right. Georgia had it played perfect. Receiver changed positions. Ran back around to the left side, and there was fucking nobody there. Losing panic mode. Yeah. Down 3. I don't know what I'm going to do. Georgia's horrible. Yeah. Yeah. So are the other 11 teams going to the playoffs while your team sits home and watches. You'll be watching this horrible Georgia team in the playoffs, talking about how good your team's going to be next year for the 100th year in a row. UJ won't win the Natty if they don't stop the run. UJ is not winning the Natty. UJ's not winning the Natty, man. Take a photo, Tech fans. Y'all have a lead. Bama sucks this year. We have no room to talk. Could UJ go 9-4? Is that a serious question? They have 2 losses now, and they have 2 games left. Of course they could go 9-4. The Revenge of the Nerds, Part 2. Here come the Nerds. Been a wild year. Every team is venerable. Especially Oklahoma. Oklahoma's especially venerable. You know what I mean? UJ won't make the playoffs. What? I'll make that bet, Paul. You won't. You don't have the stones or the money, either one, to make that bet. But if you happen to find one or the other, let me know. I'll make that bet with you. Lambda, Lambda, Lambda is taking it to the Alpha Betas. UJ winning it all. No, I don't think so, buddy. Lou, from 2000 to 2019, Ohio State won 17 of the 20 matchups against... Nobody gives a shit. Who cares? Football wasn't invented in the year 2000. Michigan has a winning record against Ohio State. You can't pick an arbitrary year. You can either say, I'm better than a team now, or I'm better than a team all time. But you can't pick some arbitrary year and pretend that football was invented then, so it makes it look like you have something that you don't. You have a losing record to Michigan. What'd you think of the Egg Bowl? Weird. It started out like a track meet, And then there wasn't much scoring in the second half, but it was a good game. Uncle Loser hating his loyal fans once again. No, just you, buddy. Just you. How many accounts do you have, man? Seriously. You are a loyal fan, though. I'll give you that. You are. You might be the biggest fan I have. You are going down in Knoxville next year. Yeah, you've been saying that every other year. I mean, you're losing in Knoxville, you're losing in Athens. Y'all do this. Tennessee does this every year for 8 years straight. It's always next year. Eventually, you'll be right, won't you? Bet South Carolina money line and Auburn money line tomorrow. I'm not taking Auburn on the money line. No way. South Carolina's got a chance to win. I don't think Auburn does. At Alabama, no. Tennessee can't beat Georgia anywhere. Florida State head coach should win Coach of the Year? Come on, man. I think South Carolina should get into the playoffs with a win tomorrow. Well, they won't. They need more than that. They need losses in front of them. Georgia Tech throws, pass, complete, big gain over the middle on a deep post, wide open to the tight end, gain of about 20, 25 yards. Bobo with the bullshit. He should have had 0 in the game. Yeah, Zero's got 2 carries this year. Yeah, should have put him in there on 4th down. Giving him his 3rd carry of the year. Everything is Bobo's fault. That pass Georgia Tech just completed was Bobo's fault, wasn't it? Haynes King keeps this time. Big hit at the end of the run, but not until he picks up 8 yards. 2nd and 2 coming up for the Nerds. I don't think so either, but after seeing Bama get smoked by Dirt Burglar, hell yes, Auburn has a chance. I don't know, man. I don't think so. Well, everybody's got a chance, I guess, but there's no way I would bet on Auburn to win the game. $13.50 to go in the second quarter. 3-0 the Nerds up over Georgia. Georgia Tech with 106 rushing yards already. Haynes King's going to keep, dives forward, and I believe he got the first down. Needed 2, gained 3. Yep, first down Nerds. What would be the funniest upset tomorrow? Well, any upset that removed somebody from the playoffs would be funny. So, Indiana losing, Penn State losing, Notre Dame losing to Southern Cal would be pretty funny. 1st and 10 for the Nerds. They're on the Georgia 28-yard line. Pistol formation this time for Georgia Tech. Play action. Haynes King throws behind the line of scrimmage. Caught. Wide receiver scoots forward for 2 or 3 yards. 2nd down coming up for the Nerds. I'm a UGA fan through and through, but who will they beat in the playoffs playing like this? Indiana, Notre Dame, Miami, Arizona State, Boise State, anybody not named Ohio State or Oregon. Anybody not named Ohio State or Oregon. 2nd and 6 for Georgia Tech. Back to throw. Haynes King again throws complete. 1st down. Boy, that's some soft coverage over there. Dylan Everett. I don't know about a 16-yard cushion on 2nd and 6. That seems a little strange. 3-loss Georgia equals bye-bye playoffs. Paxton, you're mentally retarded. Georgia's playing in the SEC championship game next week. They could lose this game by 100. It wouldn't matter. I don't understand how people can be big enough college football fans to watch a channel like this, but then have no idea how the playoffs work. Just no clue. It's weird. 1st and 10 for Georgia Tech on the Georgia 13. They're going to hand it off to the running back that time. Fights forward for only a yard or 2. 2nd and 8 coming up now for the Nerds. UJDBs are softer than Ohio State 2023. Damn, that's bad if that's true. That's real bad if that's true. I think you broke Slimy Hot Boy a long time ago. I haven't heard from him this season. Name worse conference than Big 12? The ACC. I think the ACC is the worst conference. Another handoff. Picks up about 3 yards that time. It's going to be 3rd and 5 now for the Nerds. Who gets to punch the air this weekend? We'll find out tomorrow. Or we'll find out Sunday on the Your Season Is Over video. Georgia Tech and Tulane need to be brought back to the SEC, as well as adding FSU and Clemson. You want 20 teams in the SEC? What would Georgia Tech or Tulane bring to the SEC? Nothing. Nothing at all. Or Florida State, for that matter. 3rd and 4. Come on, defense. What are y'all doing? Whistles. Somebody call a timeout. Georgia Tech's going to call a timeout here on 3rd and 4. That's their second timeout. Can we bring Sewanee to the SEC? Lou, have you ever seen a 2 or a 3-loss team win the Natty? We've never had a 12-team playoff before, so 3-loss teams never had anything to do with the Natty. But yes, 2-loss teams have won the Natty. Yeah, 2-loss teams have won the Natty. In the case of Alabama, 2, 3, and 4-loss teams have won the Natty. Alabama claims Natties on all kinds of weird fucking records that they had. Yes, William. Alabama in, Georgia out, says RB. Another one that doesn't understand how to playoffs. Georgia's playing in the SEC title game next week. If Georgia wins that game, they're in the playoffs. They could lose this game by 100. I really don't understand how people don't. I mean, I can understand not understanding the playoffs maybe at the beginning of the year, or even like the first week they released the playoff rankings. Maybe it confused some of you knuckle-dragging dumbasses. But by now, you should understand the playoff structure and how it works. And the fact that a lot of you seem not to is both alarming and hilarious at the same time. If they lose the SEC champ and Georgia Tech, yeah, I don't think Georgia will get in if they lose both of their next 2 games, no. They got to win at least one of the next 2 to get in. Lou, if we lose, we're not in, bud. Can't lose to Tech. There's another one, and he's a Georgia fan. Johnny, stop being retarded. If Georgia wins next week, they're in the playoffs, period. It's an automatic berth. God. How do y'all not know how the playoffs work? I'm dead serious. I'm for real. I don't understand. And you're a Georgia fan. The fuck? Draw him a picture again? I tried that a couple of weeks ago. I guess it didn't help. I've seen this movie before. Georgia blows Tech out in the second half. I don't think Georgia's going to blow them out, like win by 25 points or something. I didn't even pick Georgia to cover. I think Georgia wins by less than 17, but Bama is getting in with 3 losses. Watch. Well, they need 2 teams ahead of them to lose, because right now Clemson would be the first team in if somebody loses. Alabama would be the second team in. So Alabama would need like Southern Cal to beat Notre Dame and Indiana to lose or something to get in. Georgia Tech barely beat NC State last week. Yes, they did. Last second field goal, wasn't it? What's up with your audience, Lou? Back to college football 1-on-1? Yeah, I don't know. Well, the reality is most of the population is dumb. So, I mean, my comment section wouldn't necessarily be any different than that. Well, who was it? George Carlin that said, I want you to think about how dumb the average person is, and then realize that means half the people are dumber than that. 3rd and 4, Haynes King throws into the end zone. Ooh, we got lucky there because he was wide open. I mean, wide open in the end zone, but he dropped it. 4th and 4, Tech will have to kick another field goal, looks like. I can't tell if that was a bad throw or did he, well, he kind of had to throw it where he did. Smile Munden was coming across from the other side. But in any case, it's an incomplete pass, and Georgia Tech will have to kick a field goal here. Over half the country reads at a 6th grade level. Yeah. Oh, missed it. Wow. Wow. Missed a chip shot field goal there. Score stays 3-0. Score stays Tech 3, Georgia 0. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up while you're in here. Because, I mean, as soon as Georgia takes the lead, a lot of you are going to leave. So make sure you hit the thumbs up now. This is like, I don't know, the 100th Georgia game I've streamed or whatever it is. So there's a lot of you who are in here right now because the score is 3-0 Georgia Tech. Make sure you hit the thumbs up now because y'all will be leaving here in a little bit. Nate Frazier on the ground picks up 2 or 3 yards. Notre Dame would kick the shit out of this Georgia team. Yeah, well, Notre Dame lost to Northern Illinois. So let's keep that in mind. Second and 7 for Georgia, moving some pieces around. 2 wide, a couple of tight ends in the game. Beck in a shotgun, Aaron Smith in motion. Nate Frazier, the running back. Beck back to throw. Dumps it off to Frazier at his feet, incomplete. I don't know what Beck was doing there. Terrible throw there. Terrible throw. 3rd and long for the Dogs. 3rd and 7, I think. Actually, I don't think that was a bad throw. I think it hit him in the waist. Anyway, another drop pass, I guess. 3rd and 7 for the Dogs. Bunch formation at the top of the screen. Beck in a shotgun. Cash Jones, the running back. Back to throw. He's going to get sacked. Loss of almost 10 yards. Wow. Not good, Dogs. Not good on offense. Or defense, really. Georgia Tech drove down the field all 3 times they had the ball and only have 3 points. That's how you want to know how you don't pull off an upset? Drive down the field, get in the red zone 3 times, and you only got 3 points. That's how you end up losing. Tech better start scoring touchdowns on some of these drives. Because as shitty as Georgia is, you know they can put up 21 points in about 5 minutes if it starts clicking. Tech's got to take advantage of this shit. Georgia punts out of its own end zone. Good kick, though, all the way back to the 30. Not much of a return out to the 35, and that's it. Great punt by Thorson. Great punt out of his own end zone all the way back to the 30, return to the 35. But yeah, Georgia Tech's got to score on some of these. I mean, they've drove down the field all 3 times. They've drove right down the field all 3 times, and they only have 3 points. They had 1 turnover. They had a field goal, a turnover on downs in the red zone, and then they missed a field goal in the red zone. You want to pull off an upset like this, you can't be doing that. You're going to have to convert some of those into points. Just check the Iowa score. They got a man on second. This is looking like an Iowa score so far. Thank you, Ty Mike. Lucky Chucky says, just wanted to say thanks for another year of top-tier content. Go Gators. Yeah, it ain't over. We got 2 more months of football. We got 2 more. The national title game's not till January 20th. These playoff games are going to be unbelievable. Especially the first round games, the home games. That shit's going to be crazy. You talk about wild environments and probably the biggest home field advantages we've ever seen in the history of college football. These environments for these home playoff games are going to be unreal. I can't wait for that shit. I can't wait for that shit. That's going to be amazing football. That's the weekend of December 20th and 21st. So the 20th is a Friday. There's 1 playoff game Friday night, December 20th at 8. and then 3 playoff games on Saturday, December 21st. They're all home playoff games. That's going to be unbelievable. I mean, obviously everybody wants their team to be in the playoffs, but whether your team's in the playoffs or not, those are going to be unbelievable football games to watch. Albert Gent Worthington Smith has 2 34 yards games to break Barry Sanders' rushing record. Are you saying he needs 34 yards to break the record? Are you asking me if I think Genty will get 34 yards total in the next 2 games? If so, the answer is yes. Of course he will. As an Ohio State fan, I hate other Ohio State fans, says Nick Koenig. Thank you, Nick. That was good. Hey, what's up, Chance? Yeah, you too, man. Hope you had a good Thanksgiving. We did. I went up to McDonough, Georgia, just outside of Atlanta, at my aunt's house on my mom's side, and ate lunch with everybody up there yesterday. It was good to see. I don't get a lot of my mom's side of the family is spread out. I don't get to see them all that often, so it was nice to see them yesterday. And I braved the crowds and went Black Friday shopping at the mall today. I don't know what I was thinking. But actually it wasn't that bad. Parking was the worst part. Once we got parked and out of the car, it was fine. Who? No. I ain't seen the dog. Oh, your dad worked at Plant Vogel? Okay. Yeah, a lot of people around here work out there. Or have at one time, or something. Yeah, Plant Vogel or SRS. Anybody that's lived in Augusta for any period of time at all knows somebody who's worked at each of those 2 places. All right, Georgia Tech with the ball after that punt. 2nd and 5. They're on their own 39-yard line. They're up 3-0 over Georgia. But they've drove the field every time they've had the ball. They just hadn't been able to cash in with points. Haynes King in the pocket, throws, caught, sliding catch across midfield at the Georgia 43. Again, wide open. Every catch that Georgia Tech has made, their receivers are wide open. Georgia, I don't know. I'm not really an X's and O's guy. It looks like they're playing some kind of a zone. Whatever they're doing, it's not working. They're not getting any pressure on Haynes King, and they're not covering the receivers. You got to be able to do one of the two. Pistol formation this time on 1st and 10. Handoff off left tackle. Has a hole. Fights forward for about 3 yards. Flag down. We'll see what this is. I think this is the first flag of the game, unless I missed one. It would be 2nd and 7, but let's see what the penalty is. Holding on the defense on a running play. Automatic first down for Georgia Tech. I don't know who that was on. I think that's the first penalty of the game for either team, though. Georgia Tech moving right down the field again. Yeah, he did have his jersey. Dragged him all the way down to the ground, too. Can't argue that call. 1st and 10 for Georgia Tech on the Georgia 30. What is happening here? I don't know what happened there. Gain of 10 yards, but I don't know what happened there. It looked like the center snapped the ball and nobody moved on the offensive line except for Haynes King, who had the ball, and he ran 10 yards. Another first down for the Nerds. Another weird-looking play. 1st and 10. They are at the Georgia 20, so they done moved all the way down the field again. Georgia Tech, this is the 4th time Georgia Tech's had the ball and the 4th time they've been in the red zone. Whistles. What is this now? I think Georgia Tech used another timeout. We look like a money doing you-know-what to a football. Who let this crew do this game? These are the same idiots who screwed up that kick return in the Miami-Duke game in 2015. Boy, if you remember referee crews from 9 years ago, you got some kind of a memory. Fire Schumann? Yeah. We're going to start that again. Buster Faulkner owns you, Lou. He's winless against me all time. It's a weird definition of owning. Yeah, but I don't pay enough attention to the referee crews to know, like, what crew did one game from last week, never mind 9 years ago. Never take UGA in your parlay. We'll never take Georgia to cover the spread, not this year. Georgia's 3-8 against the spread this year. Lou, how would Penn State do in the SEC? Would depend on their schedule. Penn State better than UGA? No, I don't think so. Georgia would probably be a touchdown favorite against Penn State. Georgia still gets in the SEC championship game. Yeah, this isn't a conference game. Georgia's playing in the SEC championship game next week, no matter what happens here. This is the ref crew from The Longest Yard movie. UGA won't win the SEC championship. SEC looks suckle if UGA loses to Tech. Ain't that a Bear Bryant hat? No. Holy shit. People are getting dumber. Buddy. The Bear Bryant hat is one of the most iconic hats of all time. How do you not know what a fucking Bear Bryant hat is? I was about to ask you who ties your shoes in the morning, but there's no way you're that stupid and have shoestrings. This is a Bear Bryant hat, you fucking retard. Not only is this not the style of hat that Bear Bryant wore, this is plaid. This is houndstooth. Holy shit. Do they even make Velcro shoes in your size? God damn. The Bear Bryant hat is one of the most iconic, like, college football images of all time, and you have no idea what it is. Shit. God damn. 0% chance you know how the playoffs work. You fit in good here. 1st and 10 for Georgia Tech. They've got no more timeouts. They're on the 20. Haynes King keeps and gains maybe a yard. It's going to be 2nd and 9 coming up for Georgia Tech, just inside the 20. If you tuned in late, Georgia Tech's had the ball 4 times. Each of their first 3 possessions, they drove right down the field into the red zone, but somehow only have 3 points. They kicked a field goal on their first possession. Second possession, they got in the red zone, went 3 and out. Third possession, they got in the red zone again, missed a field goal. And now this is their 4th possession and 4th straight trip to the red zone. 2nd and 8. Haynes King and Georgia hadn't done shit on offense. Nothing. 2nd and 8. Snap. Haynes King rolls to the right, looking, throws, incomplete. Led the receiver a little too far, and it's a good thing, too, because guess what? He was open again. He was open. He just missed him. Would have been 1st and goal inside the 5. 3rd and 8 coming up for the Nerds. I gotta pee. Michael Williams and Jalen Walker in the game. Somebody needs to get on the quarterback here. Let's go now. Blitz. Haynes King gets rid of it. First down. Blitz was way late from Dan Jackson. And this is the second time Haynes King, you got to give him credit. He's throwing the ball right where the blitzer's coming from. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. Dalen Everett again, beat like a drum. First and goal inside the 5 on the 2-yard line. 3 wide to the top of the screen for the nerds. Motion. Haynes King keeps and walks into the end zone untouched. I gotta pee. This is bullshit.
What's going on?
Nobody even touched him. Boy, Georgia better figure something out. Look at that. Nobody even touched him. Georgia Tech's had the ball 4 times. They've drove the length of the field all 4 fucking times. That's not good. Halftime adjustments? Shit. You don't have to wait till halftime. They can. They might want to try to make some kind of adjustment now. 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go in the first half. Georgia Tech 10, Georgia 0. Georgia Tech has drove right down the field all 4 times they've had the ball. Georgia hadn't done shit on offense any of the times they've had the ball. Let's see if they can get something going here. Just under 5 minutes to go until halftime. Georgia Tech kicks it off. And it's going to go into the end zone and out of the back of the end zone for a touchback. So Georgia will have the ball on their own 25. And they have played really bad on both sides of the ball. They're getting manhandled. They're getting manhandled. Georgia Tech must have 150 yards rushing at least. Let's look. But hell, they're throwing the ball too. Let's see. Georgia Tech's got 137 yards rushing, 107 passing. Georgia's got 22 rushing, 38 passing. They better wake up. Beck throws complete for no gain. Maybe a yard. Behind the line of scrimmage again. What are you doing, Berg? What is that?
Another sweater?
Oh, get on your blanket. Get on your blanket. Let me see you. Oh, you look so pretty with your sweater on. Oh, God, pretty pink sweater. Yeah, that's right, Berg. All right, 2nd and 9. Beck back to throw. Over the middle. Boy, lucky that wasn't intercepted. Tip drill over the middle. Lucky it wasn't it was tipped twice. Tipped by a Georgia Tech player, then off Dylan Bell's hands. And it seemed like that thing floated in the air forever, but luckily it hit the ground. Damn, that would have been a good play if it wouldn't have been tipped. 3rd and 9. Boy, they better get a first down here. Georgia Tech will score again. Beck back to throw. Over the middle again. Caught. Good catch. Took a big hit in the back. Is that Urasek again, the big tight end? Georgia Tech player that hit him is the one that's hurt, though. Let's hope he's okay. Harvey for Georgia Tech. It was a big hit on the tight end over the middle. The tight end was slow to get up, and the Georgia Tech defensive back is still down, so let's hope he's okay. Big hit. His shoulder, maybe? I mean, it was a clean hit, but it was a big hit. Amari Harvey. They're out looking at him now, so let's hope he's okay. He's got his helmet off, and they're talking to him. He hit him right in the middle of his back with like his shoulder. So I don't know if maybe he just got a stinger. Okay, he's walking off the field, so hopefully they'll get him checked out and he'll be okay, that Harvey for Georgia Tech. Can't tell what's wrong with him. He looks okay. Maybe it might have just been like a stinger. If any of y'all have ever played football and got a stinger before, you feel like you're going to die when it happens, but it usually goes away pretty quick. Might have been what it was. It's going to be a first down for Georgia, though, after that catch. They're on their own 45. Play action pass. Beck throws, complete underneath the Urasek again. Puts his shoulder down, fights forward, close to a first down across midfield. Looks like he might be about a yard short. 2nd and 1 coming up on the Georgia Tech 46. Need some points here if you're the Dogs. 2nd and 1 now for Georgia. 3:20 to go. Best drive, really, that they've had. Well, no, they did get down in the red zone and turn it over on downs, didn't they? I bet they'd like to have that field goal now. Pass to Lovett. He fumbled. He was down. He had to be down. No. Fumble. God damn it. Would have been a 10 or a 12-yard gain, and he fucking fumbled. Disaster for Georgia. Disaster. Hitch pass. Oh, yeah, that's clearly a fumble. That's clearly a fumble. Yeah. Wow. Disaster for Georgia. Disaster. They're going to get shut out in the first half here. Georgia Tech will eat the rest of this clock up. Yeah, it was clearly a fumble, and there's 5 Georgia Tech players standing there. One of them fell on it. It's going to be Georgia Tech's ball on their own 36-yard line, 37-yard line. They still got 3 minutes. That's plenty of time for Tech to score again. Haynes King in a shotgun. Keeps it. Nowhere to go. Back to the line of scrimmage, and that's it. Georgia better use their timeouts and get the fucking ball back. Last first half shutout 2019 versus Kentucky. Well, hell, that's not a surprise. Georgia can't score on Kentucky in any fucking year. Two and a half minutes to go. 2nd and 9 for Georgia Tech. Georgia needs to play some defense here. Georgia does get the ball to start the second half, but they can't let Tech score here. Empty backfield and 5 wide for Haynes King. Back to throw. Now he wants to run. Nowhere to go. Loses a yard. 3rd and 10 coming up for the Nerds. This is going to wind all the way down to the 2-minute warning now. Yeah, clock's going to stop on the 2-minute warning. This has been UJ all year, up and down, says Chad Armand. Yeah, that's why no matter what, Georgia won't win the playoffs, because they may play good enough to beat whatever team in the playoffs, but they're not going to be able to do it for 3 or 4 weeks in a row. Lou, you're wearing a Tom Landry shirt? What? This is just a white t-shirt. I don't know. Maybe Tom Landry wore that. I don't know. Congrats on your most viewed stream of the season, says Sharkzilla. How many people are in here? Probably a lot since Georgia's losing. 1,500 and something. I don't think that's the most. I think one of the Florida State games we got up into the thousands, multiple thousands earlier this year. Not the Georgia Tech game. I think, who'd they play the week after? I think it was the Florida State Boston College game, actually. That Monday night game in week 1. I think that's the most viewed for this year. I could be wrong. Mewtwo says, glad to catch you, Lou. Hope you and yours had a good Thanksgiving. Yeah, we did, buddy. Thank you, man. I hope you did too. Yeah, we had a good time. Being Supreme says, Philip Huang, Tectard the third, about to come out of his hidey hole and be loud. Rustin Key says, Lou, you're wearing it. Oh, we read that one. More shit about the referees. Yeah, make sure you hit the thumbs up before Georgia comes back and takes the lead in the second half and you all leave. All joking aside, I do love your videos. Hey, thank you, but I have a good time doing this. We talk a lot of shit over here, but trash talk's part of college football. So Georgia's losing right now, so now's your chance to get it in. Now's your chance to let me hear about it. They don't deserve to go to the SEC game? Well, they literally do deserve to go. They're the only team right now that does deserve to go. You still think Bobo is better than Buster Faulkner? Yes. Yes. Austin Rogers says BC versus FSU was 3.2K in live. It was a crazy night. UJ is losing and now the SEC is trash. Seth, thank you for the super chat. I don't understand people. Tech putting the belt to ass right now. Yeah, they're manhandling Georgia on both sides of the ball. Maybe Georgia found out they were playing Friday instead of Saturday just this afternoon. Well, no, you can't use that as an excuse. Both teams are playing on the same day of the week, so you can't use that as an excuse. And usually, games that are played during the week favor the home team, not the away team. So there's no excuses for Georgia. This is just bad. Josh Pate, Uncle Lou. I don't know what that means. I mean, I know who Josh Pate is, and I know who Uncle Lou is, but I don't understand just typing Josh Pate, Uncle Lou. I don't. I'm sure there's a point you're trying to make, but it's not coming across. 3rd and 10 for Georgia Tech. Haynes King throws complete for a first down. Fuck! We needed to get off the field there. You get the feeling now Georgia Tech's going to go down and score. See, you get a team on 3rd and 10 like that, you got to get off the fucking field. If you don't, you're probably going to pay. And that's probably what's going to happen. Georgia Tech's going to go down and score. Now, you got them 3rd and 10. You should have got off the fucking field. Hitch pass on 1st and 10. Picks up another 7 yards. 2nd and 3 coming up at the Georgia 40. Bama fan here, but huge fan of the show. Watched you for years. Don't ever change, Lou. Shit talking is always fun till Lou goes at your team, says Tanner Lowe. I'm going to be going at Georgia the way it's looking right now, at least for the halftime video. 2nd and 2, Georgia Tech gains about a yard. Going to be 3rd down for the Nerds. A minute 24, the clock is ticking. Georgia Tech doesn't have any timeouts. Georgia's not going to call any because they know they can't stop them. What's the point? 3rd and a long one. 4 wide for Tech. Haynes King in a shotgun. 1 running back there with him. Haynes King keeps, picks up the first down and a whole lot more.
Oh my God.
All the way down to the Georgia 21. I don't understand how you're not prepared to stop Haynes King from running the ball. And I get it if he breaks a tackle or something, but there's just nobody there. What is number 10 doing? Raylan Wilson, what are you doing? Got sucked up inside. 59 seconds to go. Now, clock stopped because the Nerds ran out of bounds. They're in the red zone again on the Georgia 22. They're up 10-0, looking to add to it. Georgia Tech has drove the length of the field every time they've had the ball. 2-yard gain, 2nd and 8 coming up for Georgia Tech. They're on the Georgia 20 now. Imagine if Georgia had to stop a mobile QB like Dylan Gabriel. Well, Haynes King is a mobile QB. He just can't throw the ball like Dylan Gabriel can. Georgia calling a timeout for Georgia Tech. Did Georgia call a timeout? I guess they did. I must have missed it. Yeah, Georgia did call a timeout. 52 seconds to go. Georgia will get the ball to start the second half, but boy, this has been terrible for Georgia in the first half. Georgia Tech's had the ball 5 times. Yeah, Georgia Tech's had the ball 5 times. They've drove the length of the field and gotten into the red zone all 5 times. All 5 times. A field goal, a turnover on downs, a missed field goal, a touchdown, and now this drive. Georgia has only been into the red zone once. They got a turnover on downs. Actually, they didn't even get into the red. Yeah, they did. They were in the red zone. Georgia got in the red zone, turnover on downs, no points. The only other decent drive Georgia had, they fumbled at the Georgia Tech 30. But Georgia Tech has dominated both sides of the ball in this half. And if Georgia doesn't do something different in the second half, they are going to lose. They are going to lose if they don't get it fixed, whatever they need to do. 2nd and 8 now for Georgia Tech. Haynes King by himself in a shotgun. Snap. 4-man rush. Throws. Complete. Inside the 5. 1st and goal, Georgia Tech. Wow. This is a beating. This is a beating. Georgia Tech hurries to the line. They don't have any timeouts. Now Haynes King's going to spike the ball with 44 seconds to go. 2nd and goal now for Georgia Tech. Kind of surprised they spiked it with 44 seconds to go. Thought maybe they just would have hurried up and ran a play. Probably would have scored. Caught Georgia on their heels. It's going to be 2nd and goal for Georgia Tech from the Georgia 4. 44 seconds to go. 2 wide receivers. Haynes King shotgun with 2 running backs. Motion. Snap. Haynes King's going to keep. Throws out of the back of the end zone, incomplete to avoid a sack. And now it's going to be 3rd and goal. Uncle Lou about to go eat some Bojangles at halftime? No. Thank you, Pete, for the super chat. Mike Nixon says, hey, Lou, happy Thanksgiving. Hope you enjoyed it. I took advantage of Black Friday deal. I bought my grandmother an Amazon Fire Stick. That was nice of you, Mike. Yeah, I did some Black Friday shopping today, too. Went to the mall. It wasn't that bad in the mall. The parking was bad, but it really wasn't that bad in the mall. Looks like the Bama-Oklahoma game. It does look a lot like the Bama-Oklahoma game. Yeah, except Bama managed to at least kick a field goal. Georgia can't even do that. 3rd and goal for Tech. Haynes King back to throw. Touchdown. Wow. It's going to be 17-0.
What is happening right now?
Dan Jackson hit him at about the 2, but he extended the ball towards the pylon, and it looked like a touchdown to me. Yeah, that's a touchdown right inside the pylon. It's going to be 17-0. 17-0. Does Georgia still get at large if they lose this? This doesn't have anything to do with Georgia's playoffs. Georgia's in the SEC championship game next week. If they win, they're in the playoffs with a bye. So they'd be if Georgia wins next week, they'll be a 1-4 seed in the playoffs. Again, I'm having a hard time understanding how at this point in the season there's still people that don't understand how the playoffs work. The extra point is good. 17-0. The Nerds up on Georgia. 30 seconds to go in the first half. Georgia Tech's had the ball 5 times and they have not punted. The only reason the score's not worse, Georgia Tech had a turnover on downs in the red zone and a missed field goal. But this could easily be 23 or 27-0 at this point. Georgia had a turnover on downs in the red zone too. And then they had a fumble down around the Georgia Tech 30. But other than that, offensively, Georgia hadn't done shit. Between hedges. No, they said between that ass, boy. Not sure what you're talking about there. 17-0. Georgia better get it together. Forget losing. They might get blown out. All right, Georgia Tech's going to kick it off with 30 seconds to go. Out of the back of the end zone. I doubt Georgia tries to do anything here. All right, halftime will be coming up. For those of you who have tuned into the streams before, you know how this works. But at halftime, I will put this picture up on the screen. I'll put that picture up on the screen at halftime. I'll take about a 5 or a 10-minute break. I'll record a halftime video, get it uploaded to the channel, and then I'll be back on at the start of the third quarter. Carson Beck back to throw. Batted down at the line of scrimmage, incomplete. 25 seconds to go. PayPal Lou. PayPal. Joe D says live betting the dogs +6.5 for the house. Or +6.5 for the house. Keep grinding, brother. Is that what the live line is? +6.5? Georgia's going to pick up a first down here. Up near the 40. 18 seconds to go. Georgia would need about another 25 yards to even attempt a field goal. They've got 2 timeouts, 18 seconds. Now would be a terrible time for the pick 6, so let's not do that. Carson Beck rolls to the right. Now he's going to take off running. Slides well short of the first down. 7 seconds to go. UJ has 0 points at half, but would beat anyone in the top 12. LOL, Notre Dame blew out this Georgia Tech team. Notre Dame lost to Northern Illinois, buddy. Come on, man. Notre Dame lost to Northern Illinois and beat 2 service academies. What are you talking about? Come on, man. Come on, man. Now, if Georgia played like this, yeah. Georgia played like this, they'd lose by 50 to Notre Dame. And if Notre Dame played like they played against Northern Illinois, Georgia would win by 50. You see how that works? All right, 2nd and 4. Only 8 seconds to go. Beck throws complete. 5 seconds to go. They're at the Georgia Tech 46. I don't know if they even have time to do anything here. Out of bounds, stops the clock with 5 seconds to go. They do have a timeout. They're on the 46. They need probably about 10 yards to attempt a field goal, but I don't know if they have time. I don't know if they have time to get the 10 yards. We'll see. They're going to try it. Beck in a shotgun. 5 seconds to go. Snap. Throw. Caught and out of bounds. They're going to get a chance for a field goal here with 1 second to go. We'll see if they can get it. It's the OU Bama game all over again. Yeah, somebody mentioned that earlier. That's a pretty good analogy, actually. Because Georgia Tech's running it all over Georgia, just like Oklahoma did on Bama. And Georgia can't do shit on offense, just like Bama couldn't do shit on offense. Well, Bama kicked the field goal. That's it. And that's what Georgia's about to do. Or they're going to try to. It's going to be a long one. We'll see if they can make it. 2 seconds to go. 17-0 is the score. Georgia's lucky they're only down 17-0. Let's call it like it. This could be a lot worse. a lot. Georgia Tech's had the ball 5 times. Georgia hadn't stopped them any. Georgia Tech stopped themselves twice and then scored the other 3 times. But Georgia Tech hadn't punted. They have driven the ball into the red zone every possession. Georgia Tech has. Here comes the field goal. Snap, hold, kick. Not even close. Not even close. He missed it. That's about right. That's about right. It would have seemed wrong to do something right in the first half the way everything else went. All right, I'm going to record a halftime video. I will be back before the start of the third quarter. All right, trolls. It's time to mount back up. Did y'all get your batteries replaced in your wireless keyboard at halftime? You don't want to run out of batteries in the second half of this one. You got to make sure you're ready to type. All right. See what they can do in the second half. See what they can do. At this rate, the game ain't even going to be worth watching in the fourth quarter. All right, Georgia Tech set to kick it off, and the second half is underway. This kick's going to go into the end zone, out of the back of the end zone for a touchback, and we'll see if Georgia can get anything going offensively, which they failed to do in the first half. Georgia man getting it raw, no lube. Thank you, Paul. Yeah, Georgia's getting dominated, humiliated on both sides of the ball. Both sides of the ball. We only lost to Tech by 3. Just imagine what UJ record would be if they played FSU's schedule. Buddy, Florida State's 2-10. Man, come on. Come on. All right, 1st and 10 for the Dogs. Carson Beck throws complete to Nate Frazier out in the flat. Gets up close to the 30, gain of about 5. Looks like another Georgia Tech player down. Let's hope he's okay. Does anybody know that other Georgia Tech player that got hurt? Does anybody know if he's okay? Is he back in the game, or what happened with that? Gain of about 5. I just like to see an upset, especially rivalries. Yeah, I like it too, but not when it's involving my team. Yeah, I mean, one of the best things about college football is rivalry games and upsets. And you might get both of them here, but yeah, I like that too. But not when it's involving my favorite team. Where is Brent Key's 10-year max extension? It might be on the way. It might be on the way. This would be only Georgia Tech's 4th win over Georgia this century. And I think all 3 of the other wins were also in Sanford Stadium. I'd have to look it up, but Georgia Tech has only beat Georgia 3 times this century, and I think all 3 times was in Athens. I'd have to look it up again, but I think that's right. Where is Dummy Lou? Have you checked under your bed? I'm hiding under there. I'm hiding under your bed. I don't know. Are you behind, or can you really not see? Hello? Hello? If Tennessee loses to Vandy tomorrow when we get handed a playoff spot, I might be on suicide watch. I'm kidding, but don't feel great. I think Tennessee will handle Vandy. I don't think Vandy's going to be able to score on them. Thank you. You're wearing a white shirt. You're the new Josh Pate. 2nd and 4 now for Georgia. 3 wide. Beck back to throw. Looks to his left. Throws to his left. And dropped by Dominic Lovett. Catch the ball. I don't know how you don't catch that. 3rd and 4. Georgia Tech shows pressure. Here they come. Georgia picks it up. Beck in the pocket. Nowhere to go with the ball. Scrambles out to the right. Stops, fires at the feet of a wide receiver. Just a terrible fucking throw. I mean, just The first one was the wide receiver's fault. Now that one's Carson's fault. Terrible fucking start to the half for Georgia. Can't even pick up a first down. 3 and out. Terrible start. Georgia's going to be punting. Thorson will be punting from around his own 20. Gets to kick away. This one is going to hit the ground and take a Georgia bounce inside the 15 down to the 11. That's no problem for Georgia Tech, though. That just means they got to drive the ball 89 yards. That's no problem for Georgia Tech. I didn't see your halftime video. Well, that's not my fault. That's your fault. That's a choice you made. There's nothing I can do about it. I can't come over to your house and make you watch it. Almost 2,000 other people have seen it. Haynes King on the ground on first down, gains about a yard, which is one of the best plays of the day for the Georgia defense. 2nd and 9. Georgia man ate some buttered corn. I don't know what that means. I like buttered corn, but I guess there's probably a joke in there somewhere and I just don't get it. 2nd and 9. Haynes King back to throw, gets rid of it, caught behind the line of scrimmage, tackled from behind after a gain of about 3. It's going to be 3rd and about 6 now coming up for Georgia Tech. Oh, Butterfingers. Yeah. Well, I guess they've been eating buttered corn all year long then. They lead the country in drop passes. That last one makes 34 drop passes for the season. They're ranked 134 out of 134 teams in terms of drop passes. 3rd and 5 for Georgia Tech. They're on their own 16. Haynes King back to throw. Gets rid of it. There we go. Finally, a 3 and out. Holy shit. Georgia Tech didn't drive the length of the field. Unbelievable. Holy shit, man. Oh my God. That's the biggest win of the day for Georgia. The fact that it was 3 and out is just like the icing on the cake. Just the fact that you didn't let Georgia Tech drive 80 yards on you is unbelievable. Georgia Tech punter standing on his own 2-yard line. Going to be kicking it from about the 5. Gets it away. Fielded at the 45. Fumbled. I hope Georgia Tech got it. I hope Georgia Tech got the goddamn thing. No, Georgia got it. God damn it. At this point, I'd almost like to see Georgia lose like 42-0 at this point. I mean, there's just not a single person on this team that's ready to play. This is a coaching failure and a leadership. There's no fucking leadership on this goddamn team. That's the problem. You want to know how you end up with 22 people getting arrested in the offseason? You don't have a single fucking senior on this team that'll take any of these dumb fucks behind the fucking woodshed and beat the shit out of them. There's no leadership on this team. None. All the seniors on this team sat on the bench and rode the coattails of other players that did give a fuck to 2 national titles, and they ain't done a goddamn thing. And now here they are shitting the fucking bed on national television while we run a reverse to Arian Smith. I hope he scores because this is our only fucking shot. All right, down to the 20. Fire Mike Bobo. Reverse for a huge gain. All the way down to the Georgia Tech 20. Fire Mike Bobo. But there's no leadership on this team at all. Like, quarterback would be like the natural leader, and it's got nothing to do with how Carson Beck plays. But he's just not a leader. He's too, his personality is not that. There's no leaders on this fucking team. Carson Beck throws short, incomplete, intended for London Honk-Freeze. Threw it at his feet again. But that's a big problem. There's no leadership on this team. Second and 10. Back in a shotgun. Snap. Hands it off. Not much. Maybe 2 yards. Nate Frazier picks up a couple. It's going to be 3rd and long for Georgia. Did UJ get complacent because they're already in the SEC championship game? I don't think that's it. I really don't. I think Georgia Tech wants this game more. And I think they're better prepared. And I think they're out-efforting Georgia. I mean, when you win on both lines of scrimmage, to the extent that Georgia Tech won on both lines of scrimmage in the first half, that's an effort issue. There's a first down for Georgia inside the 10. It's going to be 1st and goal from about the 8. Cash Jones, I think, is who that was. So I'm not going to use that as an excuse, John, and just say, well, this game didn't matter because they're in the SEC championship game. I mean, the reality in terms of Georgia's postseason is, yes, this game technically doesn't matter because if you win the SEC championship game you're in, maybe that's the case if we're playing UMass today, but you're not playing UMass. You're playing, it's your in-state rival. It's Georgia Tech. It's senior night. It's the last home game of the year. This is unacceptable fucking effort in the first half, period. So I'm not gonna make the excuse that, oh, well, they're not trying because they're saving it for the SEC championship game. No, they're just getting dominated. At least in the first half, they're just getting dominated on both sides of the ball. Is this going to be a turnover? I think he was down. I think he's down. It's close, though. It's close, though. What'd they rule it on the field? It might be one of those things where however they ruled it on, did they rule it a fumble? If they ruled it a fumble on the field, they're probably going to have to keep it as a fumble. This would be really bad. Previous play is under further review. The ruling on the field is that he was down. This is close, though. It seems like you might have to just leave it however it was called on the field, but that's very close to being a fumble. That's extremely close. Thoughts on Beck for another year? I don't know what we have behind Carson Beck. I mean, I know who we have, but I don't know whether they're going to be really good or really bad. So, I mean, I wouldn't be pissed off if Carson Beck came back, just because I don't know what we have behind him. I mean, I know the names. I know Gunnar Stockton, Jalen Rashada, Ryan Puglisi, But I don't know if any of them are any good. I have no idea. If Georgia loses this game and championship game missed the playoff, oh, of course. Yeah. There's no way they'll get in. If they lose tonight and next week, yeah, there's no way. And nor should they. They wouldn't deserve to get in. They wouldn't deserve to get in. Lou, I wish Dylan Raiola didn't flip to Big Red. If Georgia loses this game, they should fall out of the top 12. Yeah, but it doesn't matter because if they win next week, they're getting a first round bye. They'll be a 1 through 4 seed. Claiming UJ is holding out for SEC title is moronic. Lose this game and SEC title equals no playoffs. This game could clinch UJ a playoff spot. Yeah, I don't buy that for a second. That they're somehow holding back or don't care about this game because they're in the SEC. I don't buy any of that. This is an in-state rivalry game, last home game, senior night. I'm not buying into any of that. What happened? The ruling on the field stands. All right. Georgia avoids disaster. That would have been their second turnover down here. Well, the first turnover was on what, like the Georgia Tech 30? That was close. I think they probably did right by just leaving it however it was called. If it would have been called a fumble on the field, they probably would have upheld that too. That was really close. I formation, Beck rolls, throws, caught, touchdown, good guys. Finally, Georgia gets on the board. 17-6, extra point will make it 7. Yeah, I see some of y'all talking about the referees or whatever. I don't think that's... I mean, that was close. That was close. I think the referees made the right call on that one. Leaving it as called on the field. Why are they going for 2? Analytics is ruined. Now analytics has done seeped into Kirby Smart's brain. This is the second dumb decision he's made. That's the second dumb decision of the day. That's the second dumb decision. Analytics is ruining college football. But no, it's not ruining college football. It's ruining coaches' brains. They should have kicked the field goal in the first quarter instead of going for it. And they should have kicked the extra point here and made it a 10-point game. Now you have to get a 2-point conversion. See how retarded they are? Now they're down 11. Now they have to get a 2-point conversion. I swear, man, these analytics people are retarded. Kirby Smart makes $12 million a year to read a fucking analytics chart. I'd do it for half that. Georgia can hire me for $6 million a year. I'll read the analytics chart for half what Kirby's charging them. Lots of anti-SEC stands in here crying about the review. I don't think that's a thing where you, by saying the referees did something to help one team or another. That was obviously a very close call. Could have gone either way. I think they had to let it stand as called on the field. I think that was the right call. And I don't ever blame the referees or any of that shit for anything. Unless somebody just got here yesterday, you can't accuse me of blaming the referees or any of that shit. I mean, that was extremely close. I think if they would have called it a fumble on the field, they would have had to have left it a fumble. But because they called him down, I think they made the right call. Carson Beck been playing like Joe Cox all year. No, that's not true. Joe Cox was pretty much bad all the time. Carson Beck's only been bad about half the time. Mike Lucas says, claiming UJ... Oh, yeah, we read that. Yeah, that's just not true. Yeah, you're right about that. Thoughts on Beck for another year. Plays drops butter hands. Tennessee loses to Vandy. All right, I think I'm caught up on the super chats. I appreciate y'all hitting the super chat to help support the show. Hit the thumbs up too. I know a lot of you are just in here to troll me because Georgia's losing, and you don't get an opportunity to do that very often because Georgia hardly ever loses. Your team loses all the time. But while you're in here trolling me, make sure you hit the thumbs up. Mike Lucas says, the only way 2 points make sense there and go down by 9 is if you're not convinced UJ can score touchdowns. Pathetic call. I agree. Early in the third quarter, I just don't understand that at all. I don't get it. And no matter what bullshit explanation Kirby Smart gives after the game, I'm still not going to agree with it. Topher says, how many times are you going to have to explain the playoffs? At least 4 or 5, probably 6 more times, Topher. You got to remember, half the people in here don't know hardly anything at all about college football. They don't even understand the playoffs or how they work. It's really weird. It's really weird. Lou, does your wife have any money? Asking for Purdue guy? Who's Purdue guy? What's your score prediction for Florida and Florida State? I don't do score predictions. I'll give you a pick against the. If you tell me what the spread is, I'll give you a pick against the spread, but I don't do score predictions. Purdue guy is a homeless dude in Lafayette. Analytics are for coaches who are coaching scared. I mean, I think coaches should have access to analytics in real time, but I don't think coaches should blindly do what the analytics tell them to do. That's terrible. Georgia Tech's going to be backed up again here. Bad decision by one of these nerds to not catch that ball. Georgia Tech's going to be backed up around their own 5-yard line, it looks like. What is the right way to use analytics? The same way you use a coach or anything else. Analytics is a tool. But you shouldn't blindly follow it. All right, 1st and 10 for Georgia Tech. They're backed up inside their own 5-yard line after screwing up that kickoff. 1st and 10 on their 4. Haynes King's going to keep. Tries to get to the outside. And does. Picks up 5 yards. Out to the 9. So they get out of that hole they were in. But there's a flag down. It could be holding on the nerds. Yeah, holding on the nerds, so that's going to back them up even closer to their own goal line. Yeah, analytics is a tool. I mean, I'm all for coaches having access to it and somebody saying, hey, coach, the analytics says this. But at some point, you have to just make a decision on your own. I mean, here's the thing. When coaches do something and it works, they want all the credit for it. They don't say, well, you shouldn't give me any credit. I was just doing what the analytics said. They want the credit. They want a raise. They want an extension. They ain't trying to give the analytics guy. But then when it goes wrong, they're like, oh, I just did it because, it was the analytics. It wasn't me. You can't have it both ways. All right, Georgia Tech on their own 2-yard line now. Pistol formation. Haynes King gets the snap. Throws over the middle. Caught on a slant. Huge gain out across the 30 to the 33-yard line. Fuck. Ah, damn, man. You got him backed up. Come on now. Got him backed up like that, man. You can't give up that play there. Who's this that gets burned? Is that fucking Everett again? Yep. Fucking Dylan Everett again. Is he a senior? I hope he is. Is Dylan Everett a senior? I hope that motherfucker's gone. Georgia Tech all the way out to the 32 now. Damn, Georgia had a chance to get something going there. Jet sweep. Picks up about 6 yards before shoved out of bounds. Damn, Georgia had a chance to get something going there. You get them backed up like that, force a punt from their own end zone. You get a short field on offense, go down, score again, make it a game. Defense fucked that up. All right, come on, defense. Somebody needs to make a play here. 2nd and 3 now for Georgia Tech. They're on their own 39. Haynes King throws behind the line of scrimmage, caught, and picked up a first down. Needed 3, gained 4 before shoved out of bounds. 1st and 10, Georgia Tech. Mike Lucas says analytics doesn't really make sense in football. Way too few data samples, way too few possessions. It's really meant for sports like baseball. Buckeye says Ryan Day is a good coach, should not be fired if we lose close in the national championship. Not going to find anyone better. No one will ever be fired for losing a national championship game. You don't have to worry about that. 7:40 to go. 17-6 is the score. First down, Georgia Tech. King throws complete to the tight end. Gain of 6 out to midfield. 2nd and 4. Carson Picking cruising the Hustlers at 3 a.m. Have no idea if that's even is that even in English? This is why I try not to look at the chat, because I have to. That shit gives me cancer just trying to read that. Carson Picking cruising the Hustlers at 3 a.m. I have no fucking idea what that means. 2nd and 4, Georgia Tech at midfield. Haynes King back to throw. Complete. Hit right away and dropped at the line of scrimmage for no gain. Good play by Dan Jackson that time. It's going to bring up 3rd down, and Georgia's got to get off the field here. Georgia Tech's at midfield. You got to get off the field. You got to make a play on this 3rd down. What's up, Deacon? 6:40 to go. Big 3rd down play for Georgia on defense here. Somebody needs to make a play. How about some pressure on Haynes King? That might be interesting. Never seen that before. Don't know what he might do. 3rd and 4. Haynes King shotgun snap. Haynes King keeps. Picks up the first down. Right up the middle for 7-8 yards. Made it look easy too. Real easy. Put the whole defense on King. 1st and 10, Georgia Tech on the Georgia 44. Yeah, on the Georgia 44. Need a stop. Jet sweep again. Gets to the edge, nowhere to go. Tackled for a loss of a yard. Shoved out of bounds. It's going to be 2nd and long coming up for Georgia Tech. Where's the Georgia team that played Tennessee? Shit, I wish I knew. This team's so up and down. Yo-yo team. Plays great one week, terrible the next. It's been like that all year, too. Haynes King back to throw on 2nd and 11. Scrambles out to the right, under pressure. Runs out of bounds, it looked like, or did he throw it? I guess he threw it right before he stepped out. Goes out of bounds. 3rd and 11, and Georgia really needs to make a play here. Georgia cannot let him pick up this 3rd and 11. You have to get off the field on these 3rd and longs. Stop him here, force a punt. Get the ball back. Third and 11 from the 45. King in a shotgun. Snap, back to throw. Under pressure. He's going to run. He's going to be short of the first down, but he picked up, 8 or 9 yards. They might go for it now. So it's 4th and about 2. Shit. If I was Georgia Tech, I'd go for it here. Yeah, they're going to go for it. I don't blame them. I'd go for it too if I was Georgia Tech. 4th and 3, they call it. Boy, this is a big play. Big play. 2 wide to the bottom of the screen for Tech. Everybody else in tight. 2 running backs with Haynes King, who's in a shotgun. They're going to have to take a timeout. Haynes King's yelling at everybody. Ran out of time. Had to call a timeout there. Georgia Tech is a quality loss? No, it's not. No, it's not. No, they're unranked, man. I mean, I'm not trying to put down Georgia Tech. They're obviously beating the shit out of Georgia, but no, this is not a quality loss. Come on, man. Quality loss. If UJ was just going to go 9-3, they should have kept Richt. When was the... Buddy, they haven't gone 9-3 since 2016. The fuck? This would be the first time they've gone 9-3 since 2016. Fromm or Beck? I'd take Beck. I'd take Beck over Fromm. That was a fumble earlier. It was close. UJ defensive line getting manhandled? Yeah. All game. Haynes King is soft? Man, come on, man. Haynes King is anything but soft. He's the opposite of soft. He doesn't have hardly any talent at all, so everything he does is just out of pure effort. That's not soft. That's not soft at all. He reminds me of like, he's like a less talented, what was the guy's name at TCU? Max Duggan. He's like a less talented Max Duggan. But he's not soft at all. He's whatever the opposite of that is. That's what he is. Do not forget, Lou, that this Georgia Tech team beat a top 10 FSU in week 0. Yeah. All right. 4th down play coming up. My leg is hurting. What'd you do to my leg? Anything? My whole leg hurts. 4th and 3 for Georgia Tech. 2 wide to the bottom. Shotgun. Snap. Haynes King's going to keep. And he gets it. Needed 3, gained 5. I mean, it's just clockwork. It's just clockwork at this point. Like clockwork. I mean, it's not pretty, but it works. 19 first downs. 3.5 minutes to go now. Handoff this time. Running back's going to pick up a yard, maybe 2. 2nd and about 8 coming up now, down to the Georgia 30. Coming up on 3 minutes to go now. Georgia Tech's going to start bleeding this clock down, and I don't blame them. That's what I would do, too. Let's not forget this drive started on the Georgia Tech 2-yard line, too, by the way. Haynes King back to throw on 2nd and 8. Gets rid of it. Wide open to the tight end again. Over the middle. Down to the 20. First down. Not good. Not good, dogs. What are we doing? First and 10 from the 20. Haynes King throws behind the line of scrimmage. Caught. Pushed out of bounds after a gain of just a yard. 2nd and 9 now. Look at that time of possession. 29 minutes to 14 minutes time of possession. Damn. 2nd and 9. Georgia Tech on the Georgia 19. Motion. Haynes King keeps again.
Oh my God.
Can't tackle him.
What just happened?
I mean, he ran through 5 or 6 tackles. First and goal, Georgia Tech on the 9. Georgia Tech deserves to win this game. Would you prefer Haynes King or Carson Beck? I would take Carson Beck over Haynes King. I bet A&M wish they still had I bet A&M wish they still had Haynes. Haynes King, you talking about? Lou, what are your bets tomorrow? I haven't made any bets on tomorrow's games yet, so I really don't know. Where's the UJ that beat the shit out of my Longhorns? Yeah, well, they're up and down. I mean, for all I know, Georgia will come out next week in the SEC championship game and win 45-10. I mean, I don't think anybody would be surprised if that's what happened. I mean, way too inconsistent this year. And it's been like that all year. It's been like that all year. Coming up on the end of the third quarter here, 20 seconds to go. 2nd and goal for Georgia Tech. Looks like they're going to run one more play here. 3 wide to the bottom. They're on the Georgia 7. Motion, snap, hands it off to the running back. This time he gets tackled by the grass monster for a loss of 2. 3rd and goal, but that's going to be the end of the third quarter. Georgia Tech 17, Georgia 6. Georgia down 11, and Georgia Tech's going to have 3rd and goal from the 9 at the start of the fourth quarter. Key played for Georgia Tech, didn't he? Did he? I think he did. Yeah, I think he did. You breaking something if they lose tonight or not? I don't plan reactions, or else it wouldn't be a reaction. So I have no idea. Beck is going to panic and throw pumpkins to the nerds. Yes, he played on the offensive line for Georgia Tech. Okay. Yeah, I think I knew that. UJ lose. It looks like it. It looks like it right now. They deserve to lose. Georgia Tech was bumping No Vaseline at half. Is that a song or something? I don't listen to mumble rap. UJ would be 11-0 if it was two-hand touch, signs of poor coaching, not good at catching or tackling. The catching in particular has been extremely aggravating. Dog's going to lose some recruits after this shit show. I doubt it. They've got the #1 class in the nation, and I don't think that's going to change. If Tech scores, that's the ball game. I bet Rec Talk is creaming his pants. Are either of them at the game? I don't know. Rec Talk or Sea Dog? I don't know if either one of them went to this game or not. Do you wish Buster Faulkner was your OC? No. I like Bobo. It's an Ice Cube diss track from the 90s. King will be sore as hell tomorrow. Reckon Sea-Dog are having a watch party. This makes the Canes loss look better, but doesn't at the same time. Well, it really doesn't matter. The whole losses looking good or bad really only matters if you're a bubble team, and as long as Miami beats Syracuse, they're going to the playoffs. Getting crushed at point of attack. It's a rock song from the 90s. Georgia down bad. When did UJ hire Wes Goodwin? That's the Clemson defensive coordinator, isn't it? What happened to Kirby's defense? A great question. Great question. You know, they got ran all over last week, too. Nobody watched it because it was the UMass game. But they got ran all over last week by UMass. Georgia did. What is happening to the Dogs? They're getting beat bad on both sides of the ball. Imagine thinking Ice Cube is mumble rap. Blueprint for beating dogs. It's a Mormon song about soaking. The game is not over. Lou, if Georgia loses and wins SEC, will we go to the playoffs? Yes. Yes. That's how the playoffs work. All right, here we go. 3rd and goal from the 9. Back to throw. Haynes King's going to run. Nowhere to go that time. Tackled after a gain of 1 or 2. And it's going to be 4th and goal from about the 7 or 8. A field goal by Georgia Tech would make it a 14-point game. So, really no different. Either way, Georgia would need they're down 2 touchdowns now, really. Well, I guess a touchdown, 2-point conversion, and a field goal. But this will make it 14. Bad snap, but they make it anyway. Boy, everything's going Georgia Tech's way, ain't it? Did y'all see that? Almost fumbled a snap, but they still made it. Look at that. Wow. All right, 20-6. Georgia going to have to score quick because every time Georgia Tech gets the ball, that's 8 minutes gone. So Georgia's going to have to score quick here. A lot of people watching. How many people are in here? 1907. Make sure in between trolling me that you're hitting the thumbs up. No Carson Beck for Georgia Tech is huge. Not sure what that means. Should be 30-10. Yeah, Georgia was extremely lucky only to be down 17 at the half. I mean, Georgia Tech had the ball 5 times and they drove the length of the field all 5 times. It could have been a lot worse at halftime. You're right about that. The Block 22 says, Happy Thanksgiving, Woo. Appreciate you hanging out with us. I hope your boys pull it out and we see Georgia in the playoffs for another classic. Yeah, happy Thanksgiving to you too, buddy. Yeah, Ohio State's my pick to win the Big Ten. I think they're going to beat Oregon in the rematch. I think it'll be a good game, but I think I think Ohio State's playing pretty good right now. And of course, they're going to beat the soul out of Michigan tomorrow. If Ohio State can put up 100 on Michigan, they will. I mean, they're not going to let up. After losing for 3 years in a row and having to watch Michigan win the Natty last year, if Ohio State can run it up on Michigan tomorrow, they will. It could get ugly. Dripped Up Vol, I've seen you type that 500 times. Don't type it again. I've scrolled up and down the super chats over and over again, and I've read every single one that I've seen, so don't type that again. You've typed it 45 times in the last 5 minutes. Don't type it again. Georgia's season will end ugly, probably a Napoleon Dynamite throwing picks. Sorry, late to the stream. I had turf toe. Well, Roderick Robinson did get in the game for 2 plays, I think, right? 2 plays. I want to see Notre Dame versus Texas in the Ain't Played Nobody Bowl. Well, if you see Notre Dame versus Texas, it's going to be in the playoffs most likely. Put Gunner in and we win? I don't know about that. It would be nice to, can Gunner tackle? Hank, can we put Gunner in on defense? Is that what you mean? It would be nice to have free field goals. It would be nice to have free field goals and extra points right now. Lou, this game is over. Yeah, if Georgia doesn't score quick here, it's over. I agree with you, because Georgia Tech's going to get the ball back, and they're going to take another 8 minutes off the clock. In your opinion, what is Georgia's biggest problem this year? Well, drop passes, bad tackling, inconsistency, you know? I mean, you look at what they did to Clemson, Texas, and Tennessee, and you say, oh, that's a pretty good team. And then you look at the first half against Bama, the Ole Miss game, the Kentucky game, the Mississippi State game, this game. There seems to be no middle ground for Georgia. They're either really good or really bad. UJ has relied on extremely talented skill position players in recent years. Now that they're gone, they're not special squad anymore. SEC is cheeks this year, apparently. Well, I think the best two teams are probably in the Big Ten. But after that, I would take the fifth or sixth best team in the SEC against the third best team in any other conference. Georgia on the ground, Nate Frazier across the 30, out of bounds around the 31 or the 32-yard line. I can't figure out whether I like Nate Frazier or hate him. I can't figure it out. And how come when he runs, his steps are only this far apart? You notice that? When he runs, his steps, I swear his steps are like this. It takes him like 10 steps to gain 5 yards, doesn't it? He picked up a first down there, though, so right now I love him. 1st and 10 for the Dogs. They're on their own 35. Love it in motion. Shotgun, Beck, back to throw. Sits in the pocket, looks, dumps underneath, caught. Nate Frazier picks up another first down out across the 45 to the 47. So back-to-back plays by Nate Frazier. One on the ground, one on a catch. 2 straight first downs for the Dogs. Does this not feel like a Paul Johnson team? The Georgia Tech team? A little bit. Now, Georgia Tech has thrown the ball, I think, more than those sort of traditional triple option teams that Paul Johnson had. And I think this team might be a little bit better defensively than some of those teams. But I get what you're saying with Haynes King, the quarterback, running the ball a lot. Beck back to throw. Steps up in the pocket. Now he's going to run. Has some room across midfield. Tackled at the Georgia Tech 48. Nice play by Beck that time. The middle ground was the Auburn game. Yeah, Auburn, I thought they played pretty well. I thought they played pretty well overall against Auburn. And then, there was a couple of other games where they played pretty well, except Carson Beck threw 3 interceptions, like the Florida game. I feel like Georgia played pretty good in the Florida game, but Carson Beck gave Florida 3 extra possessions with 3 fucking interceptions. So just that particular part of that game I thought was bad, but they've just been way too up and down. 2nd and 5 for the Dogs on the Georgia Tech 48. Roderick Robinson runs backwards for a loss of 5. Does this not feel like Paul Johnson, the middle ground was the Auburn game? SEC his cheeks. Appreciate y'all hitting the super chats. Number 1 fan of the U says, Miami knows the feeling of Haynes King kicking your ass. Yeah, this is exactly what they did to Miami. Just ran. 3rd and 8. Big play here. It's 4 down territory, though. You can't give the ball back to Georgia Tech. They're just going to go down and score again. Chew 8 minutes off the clock. So you don't have to get it all here. Back to throw. Tech blitz. Caught by Delp. 1st down and then some. Inside the 40 down to the 38-yard line. Needed that. Needed that one. Georgia's going to win this game. I'm calling it now. Boy, that would be an absolute miracle, wouldn't it? That would be an absolute miracle. I'm just hoping they can make it respectable at this point. Rod Robinson on the ground does absolutely nothing. He needs to take his turf toe back over to the sideline. Nope, the only dude who can catch the ball. Yeah, it looks that way, don't it? Ten and a half minutes to go. Second and long for Georgia. 3 wide. Beck in a shotgun. Looks like Nate Frazier back in the game, or is that Cash Jones? I can't tell. Nate Frazier. Beck back to throw. Good protection over the middle. Caught. Dom Lovett inside the 25 down to the 22. First down, Dogs. A deep crossing route. Good catch that time. Good throw, too, by Beck. Right on the money. Just a deep crossing route here. Good throw, good catch, first down, good guys in the red zone. 4 down territory for sure. 3 wide, shotgun. Hand off to Frazier. Another nice gain. Runs into the referee inside the 10 to about the 9. Gonna be first and goal, Georgia. Terrible year for the SEC. Joe, list the conferences in order from good to worst. From best to worst. Beck throws complete to Arian Smith. Inside the 5 to the 4. Second and goal from the 4. So the SEC is terrible, but they're the second best conference? Okay. Appreciate you clearing that up. Georgia Tech running out of players. Yeah, they got another guy down. I think Etienne's out with broken ribs. He's been out since the Florida game. Lou, I don't think we have enough time in the game to be running the ball down 14. Well, we're gonna get this possession and one more. So that's all we're getting. So best case scenario for Georgia is overtime. You know, Georgia needs to score here. Somehow figure out a way to stop Georgia Tech from marching down the field, get the ball back, score again, and go to overtime. But that's the best case scenario right now. What is that? Oh, gummy bears. Shout out gummy bears. Do you think Etienne will come back for another year? Probably. I don't know who would draft him right now. Actually, I say that, but I don't know if he has another year, to be honest with you. Did he play 2 years at Florida, or did he play 3? If he played 3 years at Florida, then this would be his last year, but I think he only played 2 years at Florida. Let me look, because I honestly can't remember. I honestly can't remember. All right, let's see. What? Oh. Yeah, he's got another year. He played 2 years at Florida. 2022 and 2023 at Florida, and then this year at Georgia. So, yeah, he can come back if he wants to. We all know what's in those gummy bears, Woo. Actually, those are melatonin is all that was. That was just melatonin. What's up, Lou? Georgia will come back. I hope so. They need to score here. At least give themselves a chance. Who wins the national championship if it's not Alabama or Georgia? What? Neither one of those teams are winning it. The last 3 or 4 weeks when I've been doing my playoff prediction scenario videos, it's always ended with Ohio State winning the Natty. I mean, a lot of it depends on how the brackets break down, but every week when I've updated it, is that a touchdown? Oh, he dropped it? I guess he dropped it. But each of the last 3 weeks when I've done the yeah, he did drop it. He did drop it. Each of the last 3 weeks when I've done the playoff prediction thing, it's always ended with Ohio State winning it. Third and goal from the 4. 4 wide. Frazier to running back. Beck. Pump fakes. Throws. Dropped by Arian Smith.
Damn.
Gotta be kidding. All he does is drop passes. I'm talking for 5 fucking years. This is his 5th year. He can't catch a fucking ball.
Why is he still in?
Three wide to the bottom, 1 up top. 4th and goal from the 4. $8:49 to go. Delp in motion. Snap. Back to throw. Blitz. Under pressure. Gets rid of it. Incomplete. Flags all over the place in the end zone. They're going to get somebody for pass interference. Is it going to be offense or defense? I don't know. But they're going to get somebody for pass interference. Pass interference on Georgia Tech. Yeah, that's clearly pass interference. So I look fixed. Are y'all? Whoever's typing fixed, terrible call. Whoever's typing terrible call and fixed is not watching the game. He was all over him, way early. All right, 1st and goal from the 2. That was clearly pass interference, though. Play action pass. Touchdown. Nope, they're going to say he's down at the, 1 foot line? London Humphreys with the catch. Dove towards the goal line, a little short. 2nd and goal. Hand off to Nate Frazier. Touchdown. All right. At least they making it interesting. Rigged. Yeah. Anything you don't like is rigged. That's the way it works in society nowadays. If your IQ is under 100, then anything you don't like is rigged. When you have double-digit IQs. Did somebody just type go for 2? Stop it. Stop it with the go for 2. Quit it. Don't give Kirby any ideas. Damn. Please don't give Kirby any ideas. Analytics says go for 2. No, fuck the analytics. Kick the extra point. Shit. Yeah, the fix is in. Y'all said earlier the referee crew was from the ACC. That'd be awfully weird if the if an ACC referee crew was fixing a game for an SEC team to beat an ACC team, would it? But logic doesn't have anything to do with the smooth brain. Extra point is good. There's 8 minutes left, which sounds good until you realize that the average Georgia Tech drive lasts 8 minutes. Hadn't Georgia only forced, what, 2 punts? Has Georgia forced one? I know one for sure, I remember, but is it 1 or 2 punts Georgia's forced in this game? That's it. Imagine if Kirby took the 3 points and kicked their extra point, it'd be 20-17. Yeah, I know. I know, Mike. I missed it. What is happening? Well, nothing yet, but it might be about to get interesting if Georgia can come up with a stop on defense. ETN going to hit the portal to Columbia, South Carolina. Portal 2 years in a row, you think? You can always tell who's losing by who's crying about the refs. Well, in this case, the winners are crying about the refs, which is even weirder. You know what I mean? Normally, you're right. The losing team cries about the refs, but in this case, it's actually the winners crying. It's weird. I think Georgia Tech people are just so used to crying. Georgia Tech people are so used to crying during the Georgia game that it's just become second nature to them. To all the SEC haters, LSU has more natties this century than all the Big 12 teams combined, and they're not even a top 3 program in the conference, says Caleb Counts. My question, why did UJ go for 2 on their first touchdown? Yeah, we talked about that when it happened. But the answer is because the analytics chart said to. But, I mean, that doesn't make it the right decision. You know, it was clearly not the right decision. We said it at the time, you know, I don't know what the fuck they were doing. And these analytics is ruining these coaches' brains. I really I don't know why you need to pay a coach 10 to 12 million a year to read an analytics chart. It's just weird to me. Analytics chart made by Russia. Georgia Tech will lose. I don't know, man. I don't know. Georgia ain't been able to stop them all day. Once or twice, maybe. That's it. Nobody needs to come up in this complaining about Russia. Analytics is Russian disinformation. The refs are paid by China. Well, that heat feels good wherever it's coming from. Must have just turned on.
Yeah, I turned it on. It's supposed to get down to 20s tonight.
Yeah, it's going down to 28 degrees here tonight. Shut up, Blue. No, I'm doing a live stream. I'm not going to shut up. You shut the fuck up. You shut the fuck up. Stop typing. Don't ever type anything ever again. Shut up. Shut up, Blue. Or else what? What are you going to do? If I don't shut up, what are you going to do? Type some more? I dare you. I dare you to type more. All right, the ball goes out of the back of the end zone. Let me pee now before this shit gets crazy. Flag down. What is this going to be? A face mask on Georgia or something? I missed it. What happened? Yeah. Face mask or something? Horse collar. Yeah. As soon as I walked in the room, I saw the flag on the ground, and I figured it had to be face mask or horse collar. Well, that's a free 15 yards. 8:13 to go. Georgia needs a stop bad. What do y'all think Georgia Tech should do? Just keep running the ball like they've been doing to chew up clock, or you think they should go for the knockout blow and try to catch Georgia napping and hit a deep one or something? 1st and 10 near midfield already after the penalty. Haynes King snap. He's going to keep it. Gets to midfield. Gain of 2. 2nd and 8. But that clock is ticking down. Yeah, I'd keep running it. I'd keep running it too. That's what I would do. Lou's physique is underwhelming, main due to his lack of muscle mass and his shitty diet on game days, says Andrew. To all the SEC haters, we read that one. All right, we're caught up. I appreciate y'all hitting the super chats to help support the show. I really appreciate that. All right, right across midfield at the Georgia 49. Haynes King by himself in the backfield. Shotgun back to throw. Going deep. There it is. Overthrown. Incomplete. I figured they might try something. 3rd and 7. Boy, they got to get off the fucking field here. Now, this is the play of the game. So, all right, here we go. This is the biggest play of the game. Another. Come on, man. Another one. I mean, what's going on? All right, biggest play of the game so far right here. This is a big play here. 3rd and 7 right at midfield. They need to get to the Georgia 42. 3 wide, motion, King in a shotgun. Snap, back to throw. Looking, throws. Wide open. Might be a touchdown. DB fucking fell down. Malachi Starks again. Yep. Oh, he got hit by his own player. I see what happened there. Yeah, he got picked by his own player. Six and a half to go. Georgia Tech on the Georgia 16. Well, you need a turnover is what you need. Running back. Picks up 6, 7 fucking yards. Tick-tock. Yeah, this is bad. You might as well let Georgia Tech go ahead and score, because all they're going to do now is take another 3 minutes off the clock before they do score. Second and 5, under 6 minutes to go. 7-point game, but Georgia Tech in the red zone again. Empty backfield, motion. Haynes King keeps. Touchdown, untouched. Nobody touched him. It's probably good they went ahead and scored. It's probably good they went ahead and scored and left some time on the clock. Lou's going to eat this loss away tonight, making his physique even worse. Andrew, you're mighty obsessed with the way another man looks, buddy. Mighty obsessed with the way another man looks. Here comes the extra point. It's good. 2-touchdown lead again, 27-13, 5:37 to go. Jeter says donation started for a new TV. Nah, I'm not going to break a TV, I don't think. Maybe next week. Maybe next week. Georgia's got to win next week now. That's all there is to it. Got to win next week or they're out. Well, the chat's going so fast I can't see it. That's probably a good thing. It's probably a good thing. I'm just not going to even read the chat. That's what I'm going to do. I'm not even going to read the chat. Georgia man, new daddy is Haynes King, says Paul Province. Paul, thank you for the super chat, buddy. Well, they better win next week. They better win next week. Not making the playoffs is unacceptable for a team with this much talent. So they better fucking win next week. This team has no heart, says King Pop Pop. Yeah. Well, they got no fucking leaders on it. Who's the leader of this team? Who's the leader of this team? I'm seriously asking because I can't. I've been watching all year and I can't figure it out. South Carolina is in if Georgia lose in the championship. That's not at all true. I mean, you would need a lot of other things to happen. You would need a lot of other things to happen besides just Georgia losing. You have to beat Clemson, and then you have to hope that somebody loses. Just goes to show you that the SEC can't handle the grind of an ACC schedule. Yeah, that's got to be it. Thank you, Based Gyron, or whatever your name is. I wish I could buy you a shot. I know how you feel. Here for the Yell and Scream special, says David Cochran. Smith for Georgia's going to be cleaning toilets? No. Well, oh, you mean like after he's done playing football? I hope he got a degree. He should have. He's been there 5 years. Thank you, Paul, David, John, Based Gyron. Starch Manning? That's a great name. How is this the same defense that played in Austin this year? I don't get it. Yeah, well, I've talked about it all year, but I've talked about it a couple of times tonight. But it's they're so up and down, Georgia, this year. When they play well, they're a really good team, but they're just way too inconsistent, you know. And you can go through the list of games. I mean, Texas, Clemson, Tennessee, those obviously stand out. But then you got the first half against Bama, the Ole Miss game, the Kentucky game, this game, way too inconsistent. Which is why even if they get into the playoffs, they won't win it. They won't be able to play at a high enough level 2, 3, 4 games in a row to win the national title, even if they get into the playoffs. I don't think. Shark says, hit the like button, trolls. Good night, woo. We sucked yet again today, but go dogs. All right, Shark, take it easy, buddy. Rudy Wins says, Georgia should hire Coach Malachi Moore. At least you know how us Miami fans felt now. Well, y'all lost to him twice in a row. That's bad. That's worse than this. Beck back to throw down 14. Incomplete. Intended for Aaron Smith. Not a good throw. Uncle Lou's TV repair open for business. Thank you, DW. Taylor May says the numbskull Butch Jones had an analyst carry his analytics binder 24/7. Yeah, Butch Jones was the first coach that we made fun of for. He was the first like major coach that went on and on about analytics. Other coaches were using it, but he talked about it all the time, so he got clowned nonstop about it. But literally everybody's doing it. Lane Kiffin has fucked up multiple games with the analytics this year. Brian Kelly does it in almost every single game. This is the first game I can remember it being this obvious with Kirby where he fucked something up analytics-wise. I'm sure it's happened before and I just don't remember, but... Earl IRU said that UJ went 9-3 in 2016. They went 6-6. I said they haven't lost 3 games since 2016 in the regular season. Hit the like button, trolls. Good night, woo. We sucked yet again, but go dogs. Anyway, thank you, Shark. I think I'm caught up on the super chats now. This has been George all year, up and down. Yeah, thank you, Chad. Will Eubank says, what world are we living in where Tennessee and Texas could realistically be the only SEC teams in a 12-team playoff? 1st and 10 for Georgia. Back to throw, going deep. Out of bounds. Intended for Aaron Smith again. The people are pouring in to troll. Yeah. UJ and Bama. UJ might make the Cheez-It Bowl and play Oklahoma. UJ could be in to upset OU. They usually don't match up the same conference in a bowl game. But you might have just started watching football and didn't know that. 2nd and 10, Cash Jones with a first down inside the 25 to the 22-23 yard line. UJ and Bama are similar teams this year. Well, I don't think they're similar teams. I think they have some of the same issues playing up and down, but they're totally different types of teams, I think. Georgia for the Mayo Bowl. Ask Ohio State if the Dogs can borrow a receiver or two. I've been begging Ohio State to give Georgia receivers for years. Ohio State's got like 6 NFL wide receivers every year. Back to throw into the end zone. Caught. All right, well, we're going to see an onside kick, it looks like.
Damn, thank you. Finally.
Yeah. Actually, they might not onside kick it. They probably won't onside kick it with 3:39, will they? Probably kick it deep, probably. Probably got to kick it deep here. What a catch from Mike Bubba. All right, here comes the extra point. This is a big one. Need to make this. Snap, hold, kick is good. Back to a 7-point game. I will tell you this. If for some reason Georgia comes back and wins this game, I'm going to feel legitimately bad for Georgia Tech fans because they have played better the entire game. Iowa just hit a 53-yard walk-off field goal to beat Nebraska 13-10. Damn. All right. One more chance for the Georgia defense to do something. Yeah, I think they're probably going to kick it deep with 3:39 to go. They got all 3 timeouts plus the 2-minute warning. Yeah, they're going to need a stop. I mean, Georgia Tech's 3 or 4 first downs away from winning the game. They're going to return the kick, 10, 15, across the 20, tackled at the 21, maybe the 22-yard line. 3:33 to go. Georgia's defense has only forced, I think, 1 punt all day, maybe 2. Well, they need one here. They need one here. I've never seen Georgia defense this bad, especially with the interior. Yeah, well, this is 2 years in a row now that the Georgia defensive line has been a problem. The interior defensive line has been a problem. That's the number one reason we lost to Alabama last year was the interior of the defensive line. And it's the same players this year. Georgia Tech ran a jet sweep, but the play was blown dead. False start on Georgia Tech. All right, well, that's good. They should put a second back on the clock. Okay, they did. Back to 3:33. All right, well, that's one good thing. We need a couple more good things. That was one good thing. We need a couple more. 2.3 thousand trolls in the chat. Only about 2,000 of them are trolls. But per normal, though, shout out to all the trolls. I love the trolls. Trolling built this channel. So while you're here trolling me, at least have the decency to hit the thumbs up. It's the least you could do. 1st and 15, 3:33 to go. Tech on their own 17. Handoff. Nowhere to go. Gains maybe a yard. It's going to be second and about 14. Clock ticking. Clock is ticking. Georgia Tech went on that last possession. Remember, they went for that deep shot. I wonder if they'll do something like that again, or if they're going to keep it on the ground to eat the clock up. My damn leg is cramping up. 2nd and 13. I'm getting too old to stand up for these streams. Back to throw. I'm surprised. Haynes King scrambles, throws. God damn it. Fuck. Come on. It's not a first down, but it's close. I mean, you're going from 2nd and 14 to 3rd and 1. See that catch? There ain't a single player on Georgia's team that would have made that catch. That was a hell of a catch by that guy. Falling down like that. 3rd and 1. Here comes Haynes King. You know what's happening. Here it is. First down. He fumbled.
Oh.
Georgia's ball. Let's go!
What?
I mean, I didn't see what happened, but I don't think he was down. Where my trolls at? Oh. Yeah, that's clearly a fumble. Nobody even saw it. You see the ball sitting on the ground. Nobody saw it. I'm not going to talk any shit at all to Georgia Tech fans if somehow Georgia wins this game. Georgia does not deserve to win this game. So I'm not going to have shit to say if Georgia somehow pulls this shit out. Lou, you aren't wearing any Georgia gear. That's why they're losing. I don't have any superstitions like that. I used to do a video every offseason about college football fan superstitions, you know, that I would hear from like y'all in the comments section or like the call-in shows that I do, and people would call in and tell me different things. And like every offseason I would make a video of like some of the strangest superstitions. You know, like college football fans wearing like the same shirt for every game or whatever it is. When I was like college years, like early 20s, I don't even remember what game it was, but it was a game like this where Georgia was losing and should have lost, and some miracle happened and they came back and won in the end. And whatever socks I was wearing, I then wore those socks every game the rest of the year until they lost. And so then for like 3 or 4 years I would do that. So like whatever socks I wore for the first game of the season, if Georgia won, I would wear those same socks for the second game. If they won that game, I'd wear the same sock. Now I would wash them. I wasn't that bad where I was like wouldn't wash them. I would wash them, but I just made sure I wore the same pair of socks until they lost, and then I'd go to another pair. And as long as they won, I'd keep wearing. But that's the only superstition I've ever had, and that only lasted a couple of years. But some of the superstitions I've heard from y'all over the years are wild. The problem was I washed. It may be. I think Georgia comes back, but Georgia Tech has whooped them all night long, says Brian Gentry. Yeah, Georgia Tech deserves to win this game for sure. For sure. They called targeting? Did they call targeting? And I missed it? I didn't even look to know it. Was it targeting? Did they call targeting and I missed it? That's fine if they. Georgia Tech deserves to win the game. So if they call if they call targeting though, I missed it. But if they did call target. If it is targeting, whatever, Georgia Tech's ball, they deserve to win the game. But it's a commercial break right now, so if they call targeting, I missed it. Oh, no, they didn't call. Oh, it's people in the chat saying it should have been targeting. I'll have to watch the replay again. I wasn't even paying attention to that. I was looking at the football. When they showed the replay the first time, I was just looking at the football to see when he fumbled it. Beck's going to throw a pick. Now, Jeffrey Collins, that would be, like, poetic. Like, that would, you know, sum up the season type of thing. Yeah. That would be now I've been saying for a couple of months Georgia's season's going to end on a Carson Beck interception, like whatever that happens to be, whatever that is. Now Georgia's season can't end today; it could end next week, especially if they lose this game. If Georgia loses this game, they have to win next week to get in the playoffs. Period. They won't get in with 4 losses, nor would they deserve to. So, like, if they lose this game, then I could see next week's game ending on a Carson Beck interception. Yeah. All right, Georgia's going to have the ball after the Haynes King. I feel bad that Haynes King was the one that fumbled, too, because he's had such a great game. Georgia's going to have the ball on the Georgia Tech 32. Now, remember, they need a touchdown. They're down 7. 2:05 and 3 timeouts. So, time's not an issue. They got plenty of fucking time. 4 wide. Nate Frazier is the running back. Carson Beck's in a shotgun. Snap, back to throw. Now, he's going to run. Picks up 3, maybe 4 yards, and that's going to be the 2-minute warning. So, it's going to be second and about 6 or 7 after the 2-minute warning. Georgia's got a lineman limping around too. Can't stand Joe Tess, SEC homer. Yeah, I hear people complaining about every single announcing crew, no matter what game we're watching. I watch the games on mute because if YouTube picks up the audio, they can shut the stream down sometimes. So the announcers don't really get on my nerves because I don't listen to them. I do have closed captioning turned on, so if something happens and I want to know what the announcers are saying, I can read it or whatever, but people complain about every announcing crew, though. It's almost become like a meme just to complain about announcers. Serious question. If UJ wins in overtime tonight and get blown out in the SEC championship, do they deserve to be in the playoffs? Not will they? Well, yeah, probably. I mean, especially if it's Texas that beats them, because they would have a blowout win over Texas, and then Texas would have a win over them. The next team in line is Clemson, and they beat Clemson. Back to throw. Going deep. Almost caught. Pass interference on somebody. Georgia Tech. That's going to be an automatic first down for Georgia. Georgia plays like their bottom 130. Huh? Bottom 130. I called INT. I'll take the fumble, says Mel Briss. I missed that super chat earlier, Mel, but thank you. I appreciate all you, even the trolls. Look, I've been doing this a long time. I know when Georgia's losing, y'all like to come in here and troll me. I don't blame you. I do the same thing to other people when their team is losing. But I do appreciate y'all hanging out with me and watching these games. 1st and 10 on the Georgia Tech 14. Roderick Robinson. No, Beck keeps. Nowhere to go. Back to the line of scrimmage. Might have gained a yard or 2. That's about it. 2nd and long coming up for the Dogs. Nash Talks Texas says, I want y'all to win. Speaking of Texas, who do y'all got tomorrow in the Texas A&M game? I think Texas is the better team, but, you know, they got to play on the road at Texas A&M. Rivalry game. I'm so excited about that game, I can't stand it. Back to throw. Nowhere to go. Now throws and batted down at the line of scrimmage. It's going to be 3rd and 9. Come on, dogs. Y'all are crying about holding? There's holding on every play. Third and 9. Georgia's got the ball on the Georgia Tech 13. A minute 13 to go. They're down 7. 4 wide. Beck in a shotgun. Arian Smith in motion. Snap. Back to throw. Now he's going to run. First down. Carstonian Beckworth the third. Carstonian Beckworth the third. It looked like most of y'all in the chat were picking Texas to win that one. First and goal, a minute 6 to go. You know what? If this game goes to overtime, I think that favors Georgia Tech with their ability to run the ball close in like that. Especially if it goes to, what is it, the 3rd overtime where they do 2-point conversions? That favors Georgia Tech, I think. Touchdown. Listen, I meant what I said. If Georgia comes back and wins this game, I'm not going to talk any shit to Georgia Tech or Georgia Tech fans. But you trolls, that's a different story. If Georgia comes back and wins this game, you trolls are going to get it from me. All right, here comes the extra point. Oh, God, don't fuck this up, please. Snap, hold. It's good. This is
What a game.
unbelievable. I'm not lying. I've got several friends who are big time Georgia Tech fans, and I'm starting to feel bad for them. I mean, I want Georgia to win, but this is heartbreaking for Georgia Tech fans. Georgia Tech still got a minute to go, though. Big play by Carson Beck on that 3rd down run to pick up the 1st down, too, by the way. Shout out Carstonian Beckworth for doing his best Aquavius impersonation and picking up that 1st down on 3rd and 9. But we still got a minute to go. We got to dodge a Georgia Tech possession here just to get to overtime. Boy, my leg is, I don't know what's going on with my leg. My leg is hurting. UJ doesn't need this game. Let Georgia Tech have it. By Insanity, hell of a game. It is a great game. Fuzz Worthington said, imagine if Kirby hadn't gone for 2. Yeah, great point. All right, here's the kickoff. Out of the back of the end zone. Nick Koenig says, is Kirby going to preach how Georgia Tech is a great team? Would have just won if not for the dumb 2-point earlier. I can't argue with you. I said it at the time that it was the wrong decision. What about Georgia's second possession of the game? They get down in the red zone, 3rd and 1, don't get it, and instead of kicking the field goal, they go for it on 4th down and don't get it. So that's another 3 points. So really 4 points. It should be 31-27. It should be 31-27, but Kirby fucked it up. All right, 1st and 10 for the Nerds on their own 25. All right, defense, don't do nothing stupid here now. Haynes King's going to run. Picks up 2 yards. That's it. 50 seconds to go. Georgia Tech's got 2 timeouts. I don't know that much about Georgia Tech's field goal kicker. Do any of y'all know? Can he kick a 50-yarder? Can he kick a 60-yarder? Back to throw. Haynes King dumps it underneath. Caught. Lot of room. Lot of room. All the way up to the 45. Now it's a problem. They're about 15 or 20 yards away from a field goal now. Field goal range is 33-yard line. So that'd be 33, 43. That'd be about a 48-yarder. That was a big play there by Georgia Tech all the way up to the 45. And he got out of bounds to stop the clock. 25 seconds to go. Somebody called a timeout. Georgia takes a timeout. SEC refs. These are ACC refs is what y'all were saying earlier. Earlier when the call went against Georgia, y'all were saying it was ACC refs. Isn't it usually the visiting team that provides the refs or no? Pac-12 refs now. Okay. According to my comments section, the refs have won every game that have been played this season. Every single game. Nobody has lost, no team has lost a game all year, according to my comments section, including this one. According to my comment section, the refs are the only reason anybody's won any game all year. All right, 25 seconds to go. 1st and 10 on their own 45. Haynes King back to throw. Underneath again. Caught. Fumble. Georgia got it, but they're going to call it incomplete. Incomplete pass. 18 seconds to go now. If that was Georgia, the haters would cry that was a fumble. Yeah, that would have been the referee. Now, if the referees really wanted Georgia to win, they could call this a fumble. Look, 2, 3, 4 steps. How many steps can you get? See? If the refs wanted Georgia to win, they could easily call that a fumble. He took 4 steps. Does Georgia get to blame the refs now? It must be back to being ACC refs now. Haynes King under pressure, tipped. Oh, fuck. If that would have been intercepted, that would have been huge. Tipped pass falls incomplete. 3rd and 10 with 13 seconds to go. It must be back to being ACC refs now, because clearly that was a fumble on the last play, according to the way my comment section works. All right, big play here on 3rd. Georgia has not had good luck on 3rd. Tech has picked up a lot of 3rd downs today, so I wouldn't be surprised if they pick up another one here. 13 seconds to go. 3rd and 10 on their own 45. 2 wide to the top, 1 to the bottom. Haynes King back to throw. Blitz. They pick it up. Caught underneath. Malachi missed him. Out of bounds, short of the 1st down. It's going to be 1 yard short. 7 seconds to go. 4th and 1. No way they're in field goal range here. Probably going to try like a quick 10-yard pass or something. And then a field goal. Fourth and 1. F Georgia. Seven seconds to go. 4th and 1. They're just across midfield. They probably need somewhere between 10 and 15 yards, I would guess, to kick a field goal. Rigged? Yeah. That was clearly a fumble Georgia Tech just had there. Oh, I think you might be right. That was clearly a Georgia Tech fumble that they didn't call. Are they reviewing the spot? No, I think Georgia took a timeout, didn't they? Oh, they did bring the chains out, but yeah, it's, I don't know, a couple of inches short. Rigged? Yeah. Yeah. That was definitely a Georgia Tech fumble just then, and they didn't even call it. The comment section has finally talked me into believing the referee conspiracy theories after 10 years of trying. The college football subreddit is absolutely seething with rage. ESPN wants UJ to win, and UJ paid all the rest for every game they've ever won. Well, yeah, and then tomorrow, whatever game is on tomorrow, it'll be that team that everybody's probably. It's every single game. Every single game. Oh man, I probably have 10 or 15 of these hats. Yeah, I love these hats. I've been wearing them even before I was old enough to wear them. You know, you need to be like 40 or so really to wear these, but I've been wearing these since all the way back in my 30s. I gotta pee again, but I can't miss anything.
All that coffee you drink.
I know. All right, 4th and 1. They're on the Georgia 45, and really it's 4th and inches. Georgia takes a timeout. I'm gonna go pee. It still feels like Georgia Tech's going to win this game to me, even if it goes to overtime. I think Georgia might have blew their load just to try to tie this thing up. Georgia Tech clearly deserves to win. Fan base who wanted the big dog to lose sorely claims it's rigged. Thank you, Woe Todd. Brian Brenner says 500 people have left since UJ came back. I'm not surprised. All right, here we go. 4th and 1. Empty backfield. Haynes King throws. Batted down at the line of scrimmage. Turnover on downs. Georgia's going to have the ball. Only 4 seconds. I don't think that's enough time for Georgia to do anything other than a Hail Mary. They're not, I mean, they're obviously not in field goal range. They would need 20 yards to get into field goal range. So I don't know, maybe a Hail Mary or something. The college football subreddit, we read that. Georgia Tech was one bad play from winning this game. Yeah. Pick 6, I'm calling it. That would have been nice, but it didn't happen. Unless it happens now. Carson Beck still got a chance to throw a pick 6 here.
Don't say that.
I don't put nothing past Carstonian Beckworth.
Don't say that.
They need to throw it into the end zone. They have a timeout, quick pass, time. I don't think 4 seconds is enough time to get into field goal range. I mean, they'd have to. I don't think 4 seconds is enough time to run a 15-yard route. Wish I knew what was going on with my damn leg. Do I need some Tylenol? I think so. It's not a cramp. I don't know what it is. Damn leg's hurting for some reason.
Walking around we did in the mall.
Here, will you fill that up so I can take the Tylenol? All that walking around in the mall, you said?
Yeah.
All right, here comes a Hail Mary attempt from Georgia. Carson back in the pocket. Fumbled. That's a fitting way to end it there. A fucking fumble. This game should have been over. Yeah, I know. Georgia Tech fumbled on that last drive and the refs didn't call it. Congrats to UGA. Man, I don't know, man. I think overtime benefits Georgia Tech, to be honest with you. When was the last time Georgia went to overtime? I'd have to look it up, man. I don't even remember. Yeah, if it wasn't for the refs, this game would be over because Georgia Tech clearly fumbled on that pass on the last possession. They didn't call it. That's how dumb y'all sound.
What'd I miss?
A fumble on the last play, yeah. So nothing happened going to overtime. This is why I love college football. Yeah, if you're not a Georgia or a Georgia Tech fan, this is what you want when you watch one of these rivalry games. A great game like this. I hope we get this tomorrow in the Texas A&M game, the Notre Dame Southern Cal, Clemson South Carolina. I mean, I'm not attached to any of those teams, so I'm just hoping for a great game when I watch them. Do you have any black friends? Yeah, I'm invited to every fucking cookout, buddy. Ask around. SEC ref ripoff. Y'all said it was ACC refs in the first half. Now you've changed your mind and it's SEC refs. Exposing the SEC East frauds. The SEC East was the better of the two divisions, buddy. How many SEC West teams are going to the playoffs this year? Not a single fucking one. The SEC West was the only thing propping those teams up. That was it. Now that divisions are gone, the SEC West can't do shit. That's sad, ain't it? That's sad. I hate to see that. Do you eat KFC and watermelon together, Lou? You're not making racist jokes, are you? I'd hate to have to kick you the fuck out. Would this loss be worse than the 2016 loss for Georgia? Yes. Yeah. Georgia wasn't a very good team in 2016. This would be equivalent to the South Carolina game in 2019. If Georgia were to lose this game, it would be equivalent to that. Losing to South Carolina in 2019. KFC or Popeyes? Neither. Wife saver. I mean, if I had to choose between KFC and Popeyes, I would choose KFC, but there's a local place here called Wife Saver that we go for fried chicken. Georgia Tech on defense first. Georgia on offense, I think. What's on the menu tomorrow? We ate so much shit yesterday and then had leftovers today. I don't think we're going to do all that much tomorrow. Well, we are making sausage balls.
Yes, sausage sausage.
We are making sausage balls tomorrow in the morning. But there's not. I don't have some kind of huge, like game day food type thing planned for tomorrow. We ate so much the last couple of days. Next weekend I'll do it up big for the conference championship games. Is Lifesaver better than Publix? Yes. Well, the chicken is very comparable. The chicken is, but the side dishes at Lifesaver are miles. Are they? They're really really good. Really really good. Georgia keeps it on the ground. Hey, the people in the chat that keep making up plays, like saying touchdown when it's not a touchdown and saying interception when it's not and all that, the mods that are in here, when you see somebody do that, just time them out for 30 minutes. Like, you know, somebody just typed interception or whatever. Just time them out. Second and 7 for Georgia. Bunch formation at the bottom, one wide at the top. Lawson Lucky in motion. Beck shotgun, snap, toss sweep to Frazier. Only gains a couple of yards. It's going to be 3rd and 5. Beck hurt his arm a little at the end of regulation. On that run? Oh, or was it on that last play where he got hit when he was throwing the ball? Well, that's not good if Georgia can't throw the ball. Is that what's going on here? See, those are the types of things I miss by not listening to the announcers. I didn't know that. 3rd and 5. Let's see. If they don't throw the ball here, then you might be onto something there. 4 wide on 3rd and 5. Beck shotgun. Snap. He is back to throw. Gets rid of it. Caught. 1st down. Needed 5, gained 6. Cash Jones makes the catch. Pushed after out of bounds after a 6-yard gain. Zaxby's is good? No, my guy. Zaxby's is garbage on a plastic plate. Zaxby's is the worst. It's got to be the worst chicken place on the planet. It's terrible. Shotgun, Cash Jones in motion, snap, Beck, pump fakes, throws, caught, touchdown, good guys. Landon honk freeze. Boy, that's big. That's big. Landon honk freeze with a touchdown. All right, now we got to play defense. Now remember, this is why if you're Georgia Tech, you want to get the ball second. Georgia scores, and now Georgia Tech knows they have to score, which gives them 4 downs to get a 1st down. Lou's nephew coming through. Is Honk Freeze my nephew? Cash Jones is my cousin now. You know, Cash Jones is my cousin. I guess Honk Freeze can be my nephew. Here comes the extra point. Got to make it. Right down the middle. 34-27. All right. Now the Georgia defense, which ain't been able to stop a nosebleed all fucking... Georgia Tech's had like 5 or 6 80-yard drives. Now we have to try to stop a 25-yard drive. I don't know how we're going to do that. Vegas fucking rigged. Yeah, it should have been over in regulation when Georgia Tech fumbled the ball on that pass with 2 minutes to go, but the refs didn't call it. You're right. Should have been over then. Ryan Gentry says, I'm Unc's black nephew. Lane Kiffick's analytics made by FSU's Clown College. I'm assuming everybody has the same analytics chart, but I don't know. I guess it's possible they could vary. Lou, what would be funnier to you if Tennessee loses to Vandy or the Gators lose to Florida State? Boy, that's a good question. Both would be funny. Tennessee losing would cost them a playoff spot. Florida losing would mean they lost to one of the worst teams in the history of the universe. So both would be... I'd probably still go with Tennessee losing, though. because it would cost them a spot in the playoffs. All right, here comes Georgia Tech. False start on Georgia Tech. Gonna back them up. Shout out to everyone who bet on UJ at halftime. Yeah, that would be me. That would be me. Now, I lost my, I live bet the game in the first quarter, Georgia minus 13.5. I'm obviously going to lose that bet. But I live betted at halftime, too, Georgia plus 7. So I might win that one. I know why your leg is hurting, that terrible dancing you did earlier. You mean this? There's nothing terrible about that, buddy. Haynes King throws complete to that big tight end and almost picks up a first down on 1st and 15. They gain 14, 2nd and 1. The defense shifting should be illegal? Yeah, you should change the rules because, yeah. Defensive linemen shouldn't be able to shift. What about the offense? They can shift, but you're saying no for the defense. Haynes King's going to keep the ball and needed a yard, gained a yard. 1st and 10, Georgia Tech. Did you just hear that?
What was that?
It was a helmet almost falling.
Oh, really?
I wonder which one it was.
Is that what that was?
I just heard a helmet creak away from the wall, which means there's probably a helmet about to fall. It was over there somewhere. I heard the sticker pop. I heard the sticker thingy pop away from the wall. Oh, no. 1st and 10 for Georgia Tech, just inside the 15. Handoff. Gain of about 3, maybe 4. 2nd and 6 coming up for Georgia Tech. Hey Lou, just sending some love. Great game. Hope you remember me. Go Dogs. Of course I remember you. Aaron. Good to see you, buddy. Happy Thanksgiving. Shout out to there it is. I told you. I heard it.
You did hear it.
I heard it. Damn. Not the Princeton helmet. The damn Princeton helmet. I told you I heard that damn sticker pop off the wall. I knew one was about to fall. I just couldn't tell which one it was. All right, 2nd and 8. They're on the 12. Haynes King back to throw. Caught. Touchdown, Nerds. Touchdown. If I was Georgia Tech, I'd go for 2. Right now and end the game. Don't you know if Georgia Tech went for 2, they'd get it? That's what I would do if I was Georgia Tech, 100%. They're lined up for an extra point. Let's see if they're actually going to kick. I'm serious. I would have lined up and went for 2, I think. In this damn thing. Extra point is good. 2nd overtime coming up.
Oh, boy. I was going to go to bed, too.
You can't go to bed on this one.
I know.
Yeah, I think if I'm Georgia Tech, I would have went for 2 right there and tried to end it. Uncle Lou, drugs are bad. I ain't never had a problem with drugs, man. Best game all year. One of them. It's a great game. Georgia turnover incoming. Oh, God. Don't say that. Don't say that. Man, we need to put this game to bed. If it goes to 2-point conversions, I think Tech definitely wins. Georgia can't run the ball or stop the run. And so you start doing possessions from the 2-yard line. I think Georgia Tech definitely wins if it goes to 2-point conversions. Is it after the 2nd overtime they start that? Lou, I'm scared, says Peyton. Well, you don't have anything to be scared of. I mean, even if Georgia loses, their season isn't over. I mean, they still got to play next week, win next week. No matter who wins, this is a good game. Lou, have you seen any movies lately? No. We watched The Penguin. That's not a movie, that's a series on HBO, but we watched The Penguin. It's really good. Really good. All right, Georgia Tech gets the ball first this time. Second overtime. They're on their own 25. Haynes King's going to hand the ball off, and Georgia Tech picks up about 2, maybe 3 yards on the ground. Makes next week a playoff elimination game for Georgia. Yeah, that's the thing. If Georgia loses this game, then next week is must win for sure. Because they won't get in with 4 losses, nor would they deserve to. Second and 6 now for Georgia Tech. They're on the 21. Fake reverse. Fumble. Oh, he recovered his own fumble. Woo. Boy, dodge disaster there. Damn. Great play by Georgia Tech, and then the guy fumbled the damn ball, but look at that dumb luck. It bounced right back to him. Boy, that would have been absolute disaster for Georgia Tech, wouldn't it? Wow. Wow. First and goal. Touchdown incoming, I'm pretty sure. Haynes King's going to keep and score per normal. All right. I like seeing UJ lose, but would hate to see Woo have a coronary live on Lutu. Well, I'm not going to have a coronary over this one. I mean, next week, now, if we lose next week, that's a problem. If we lose next week, yeah, then it won't. Whatever, I don't know what I'll do, but whatever it is, it won't be pretty. Haynes King is putting the nerds on his back. Well, he's been doing that all year. Well, except when he was hurt, but yeah, he's been doing this all year. I need to go to bed. Somebody please win, says Trucking into USA. Well, somebody is definitely going to win eventually. Georgia Tech's going to go for 1 again. I don't know. Nothing is worse than losing to Tech. Losing next week will be a lot worse. I promise, because that'll end the season. College football is not about any one game anymore. It's about getting to the postseason.
They are going for 2.
Georgia Tech going for 2. Haynes King under center this time. 3 wide to the bottom. Motion. Snap. Throws. Nearly intercepted. All right, so they missed it. So Georgia's got a score now. Georgia's got a score. You got mods timing people out for no reason. I don't know. I'm scrolling through the chat. I don't see anybody getting timed out. I don't see anybody getting timed out. All right, Georgia, got to score. Got to score. First and 10 on the 25, 4 wide. Beck in the shotgun. Cash Jones is the running back. Arian Smith in motion. Snap. Beck back to throw. Throws deep. Cash Jones, touchdown.
Let's go. Come on. Wow.
I'm so goddamn mad. I thought Georgia was going to lose, and I've been here for 4 hours trolling Lou, and now Georgia's going to come back and win because the referee sucked the back of my taint. No, that's a white running back. Not a wide receiver. That's a running back. Cash Jones. Walk on, too. That's a walk on. All right. Score 2 and win the game. Let's go. 2-point conversion to win the game. 4 wide again. Beck shotgun. Cash Jones back there with him. Snap. Beck rolls to his right. Incomplete. Another fucking over. God damn it! Fuck. Two-point conversion mandatory. Yeah, they changed the rules a couple of years ago. That was pass interference. I didn't see no pass interference. I didn't see it. Bobo needs to be fired. They need to give it to Arian Smith. Arian Smith's the worst Georgia wide receiver in 40 years, dude. Stop it. He's got more drops than catches in his 5-year career. Uncle Lou's TV repairman at your door. Thank you, Fusion Games. Yeah, I don't understand the Bobo hate. I really don't. I don't get it. Somebody wins so I can get ready for Ohio State and Michigan. That's at noon, right? Every Ohio State game's at noon, so I'm assuming that's the noon game tomorrow. Georgia and Georgia Tech are taking notes from the Auburn game. All right. Now we go to nothing but 2-point conversions. Georgia from the 2.5-yard line. Snap. Beck. Throws. Incomplete. Fuck. All right. Georgia Tech's going to win. There's a 0% chance that Haynes King doesn't score on a 3-yard run on this play. How many people think it's going to be anything other than a Haynes King touchdown run? Was Miami ranked in the top 10 when Georgia Tech beat them? So Georgia Tech would have two top 10 wins? I can't remember what Miami was. I think Miami was in the top 10, weren't they? Sideline warning against Georgia. Oh, yeah, they were top 5. Oh, yeah, that's right, because they were undefeated. Yeah. They were undefeated, yeah. Yeah, 2 top 10 wins for Georgia Tech. God damn, my leg is hurting. All right, if Georgia Tech scores on this 2-point conversion, it's game over. Here we go. Third overtime, it's gone to 2-point conversions. Georgia failed to convert on their 2-point conversion, so now it's Georgia Tech. From the 3-yard line, Haynes King and a shotgun. I'm sure it's going to be a Haynes King run, right? They're stopping it again. What now? Oh, a timeout. Well, they just don't want this game to end, do they? They just don't want this thing to end. All right, back out on the field, ready to go again. Third attempt now at this 2-point conversion. Let's see if they actually get the play off this time. Georgia Tech moving some pieces around. Haynes King, shotgun, got a running back with him. Snap, King back to throw. Throws into the end zone, incomplete, over the head of the receiver. Wow. Going to the 4th overtime. Somebody was asking earlier when was the last time Georgia played an overtime game, and I still don't remember. But I don't think they've ever had a game go into 4 overtimes. I could be wrong. I'd have to go back and look. But I don't think they've ever had a game go into the 4th overtime. I think Georgia Tech gets the ball back again now. Yeah, what time is it? Midnight? Almost midnight. This game started at 7:30. We're going on 4.5 hours here. Don't forget, my dumbass will be back on at 9 in the morning for the college kickoff show tomorrow. So if Georgia loses, y'all can come back and troll me again at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Banjo says, I need this game to end. I'm going to have a heart attack. Yeah. We'll see. National title in 2017 was overtime. Yeah. I can't think of one since then, but might have been. Yeah. What game was it? The Auburn-Texas A&M game last week went to 4 overtimes. And in the Your Season Is Over video, I talked about that. I don't know what the right answer is for the overtime system, but the never-ending 2-point conversions, I've never met anybody that likes that. So I know you can't just play forever. You got to do something that forces somebody to win, but everybody seems to hate the 2-point conversion thing. But I don't know what the I don't have an answer to that. I don't know what they should do. All right, here comes Georgia Tech again. 4th overtime now. 4 wide this time. Haynes King and a shotgun. They ought to just let him run the ball. Scrambles, throws, incomplete. Not even close. Georgia will have a chance to win it here. Flag? What's the flag? No flag. All right. I don't know what they threw the flag for, but the referee waved it off. Yeah, that's clearly not roughing the passer. That's clearly not roughing the passer. Come on. There's no way y'all are blaming the refs on that. All right, Georgia's got a chance to win it here. Let's see what my boy Bobo can dial up here. Come on, man. End this damn game, Georgia. Let's go. Arian Smith in motion. Beck in a shotgun. Cash Jones standing next to him. Snap. Back to throw. Beck. Nowhere to go with the ball. Flag down. Didn't get it. Holding on Georgia. All right, going to the fifth overtime now. Fifth overtime. Fire Bobo. Fire Bobo. So Georgia will have the ball again, I think, now. I can't believe both teams have combined to go 0 for 4 on 2 points. At some point, Georgia Tech's just going to run the ball with Haynes King. I don't know why they haven't done that already, honestly. At some point, Georgia Tech's just going to run it with Haynes King, and they're going to get in. I don't know why they didn't do it the first 2 times. I figured the 2-point conversion thing would massively favor Georgia Tech because Haynes King would just run the fucking ball in. But both of Georgia Tech's 2-point conversions have been pass attempts. Now, Georgia, I don't blame Georgia for trying to throw the ball. Georgia can't run the ball to save their life, so I don't blame Georgia for trying to throw it. But I thought Georgia Tech would have ran the ball with Haynes King and ended this thing. But we'll see if they do it next time. But because Georgia Tech's going to get the ball back no matter what, whether Georgia scores or not. Fifth overtime, though. Georgia huddled up. Now they line up. Weird formation this time. 5 wide receivers. 4 to the bottom, 1 up top. Beck all by himself in a shotgun. Snap. Beck back to throw. Gets rid of it. Caught. Dylan Bell. All right. Finally, somebody scores on a fucking 2-point conversion. My leg. I will cut my goddamn leg off. My leg is hurting. I don't know what the fuck is going on with my leg. I might have to go to one of them happy ending joints.
There aren't any more around here. They all got busted.
You don't think I hurt my leg doing this, do you?
No, because your leg was hurting before that.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
Unless you did that when I wasn't in the room.
I don't remember. Mad Dog says my head hurts. I hear you on that. Illinois versus Penn State 2021. 9 overtimes. Wow. Somebody run the ball. Thank you, H-Post, Matt, and Matt Dog. All right, here comes Georgia Tech. Haynes King back to throw again. Nowhere to go with the ball. Throws. Caught. Wide open.
Oh, my God.
Fuck.
What is happening right now?
God damn, man. Somebody in this thing. I almost don't even care anymore. Number 1 fan of the U says, just run the ball. Yeah, I still don't understand why Georgia Tech hadn't just ran the ball with Haynes King, to be honest with you. The ratings are going through the roof right now, says Ghost Killer. My brain hurts. Thank you, Matt Dog and Ghost Killer. You're going to have to take a 5-minute break and go straight to the morning show. Yeah. God damn. Let's hope not. I can't take this shit, Lou. I'm blaming you. Blaming me? Man, you can't blame the Wang. All right, this time, Georgia Tech gets the ball. I'm getting so confused. I think Georgia Tech gets the ball now. Start of the 6th overtime. Lou should make overtime pay. All right, 6th overtime, 42-42. Well, the over definitely hit. We're at 84 points. will be gray and gone. Will be gray and gone by the time this game is over. All right, here we go. Start of the 6th overtime. Tech has the ball first on the 3 again. Haynes King, shotgun, moving pieces around again. 1 running back. Motion. Whistles. Timeout. I'm going to sleep good, I promise you that.
This is crazy.
I'm going to sleep good one way or the other. All right, here we go. They're lined up again. Start of the 6th overtime. Georgia Tech with the ball. 2-point conversions. Back and forth. Shotgun. Motion. Snap. Haynes King. Under pressure. Sacked. Wow. No blocking at all. Dan Jackson on a safety blitz. All right. Come on, Georgia. Fuck. End this damn thing, would you? Can't blame that on Haynes King. I mean, he just had no time at all.
Yeah, that came right through the middle. Look
Yeah.
at that.
Come on, man. Just end this thing. I promise I'm not going to talk no shit to Georgia Tech or their fans. Just end the game. I might talk a little shit to the trolls. Georgia wins, but I'm not going to have no shit to talk to Georgia Tech or their fans. All right, shotgun. Beck waiting on the snap. Motion, snap. Throws. Dropped by Arian fucking Smith again.
God.
Wide open. Wide open. Boy, I don't know if I've ever been so ready for a player to leave. Well, Dylan Bell tipped it, but still, it hit him in the fucking hands. All right, 7th overtime now. I'm so done with Arian Smith, I can't stand it. All he does is drop passes and run fast. That's it. Literally, that's it. Oh, yeah, whoever was talking about Illinois and Penn State, they just have a thing up on the screen. Longest game in history, 9 overtimes. All right, Georgia, I think, has the ball again now. God, my legs. Oh, my leg. Oh, cut my leg off. I want to cut my leg off. All right, Georgia with the ball now. 7th overtime. 2 wide to the bottom. Beck in a shotgun. Snap. Beck's going to keep it. Didn't get it. Didn't get it. Now, that's what Georgia Tech should have been doing the whole time, and they haven't. Maybe they'll do it now, but Georgia didn't get it. Stopped at the 1. So now Georgia Tech has a chance to win it. Somebody win the game. I'm almost pulling for Tech to win it at this point. Whoever has the ball, that's who I want to. Whoever has a chance to win, and right now that's Georgia Tech. Still tied at 42. 7th overtime. If Tech scores here, it's over. Herbie's got to call timeout. How do you not have your players ready to be on the field? I don't understand that either. I mean, you got players running out on the field late. Donate to lose leg. I'm gonna need a new one. Trucking with Jeter says, I gotta admit I've seen some shit, but this Gator fan considers this as one for the ages. Nate the Great says, is the melatonin kicking in yet? Also, I'm in my 9th overtime waiting for the game, and it's still 9:55 MST. Someone score, go blue. Bench Arian Smith changes position to cornerback. All right. If Georgia Tech scores, they win, and we can. Our national nightmare can end. Our long national nightmare can end. Georgia Tech gonna try something weird here.
No, don't.
Haynes King's gonna run the ball. Under pressure, throws incomplete.
Oh my God.
They try to trick play. I don't know if anybody's watching this stream. Oh no, pass interference. For anybody that's not watching the stream, you know how sometimes on a field goal or an extra point or something, they'll send the entire offensive line like out to the left or the right or whatever? They did that. Pass incomplete, but pass interference on Georgia, so they'll get another opportunity. Is that the rigged refs y'all were talking about earlier? That must be those rigged refs y'all were talking about earlier. So what is it, half the distance to the goal or the 1 yard line or whatever it is? Boy, I don't want to hear shit about the refs if they called that a pass interference call. They called that pass interference? Wow. All right, Tech from the 1.5 yard line. This has got to be a Haynes King run here. This has to be a Haynes King run from the 1 yard line. Right? Snap. There it is. Haynes King, not going to get it. Didn't even get back to the line of scrimmage. Fuck. I mean, I'm rooting for you, Haynes. I've been begging y'all to run that play since overtime started 3 hours ago. But he didn't even get back to the line of scrimmage. Fuck.
Oh my God.
On to the 8th overtime. I didn't watch the Penn State-Illinois game in 2021 or whatever. Let's face it, nobody did. It's Penn State-Illinois. But this is the wildest fucking thing I've ever seen. That each team has ran 5 2-point conversions, and they've only scored 1? Have they scored 1 2-point conversion each or 2? In any case, how can you not score from the 3 fucking yard line? Come on, man. 1 each. They're 1 for 5. Each team is 1 for 5 on 2-point conversions. And the one that they got was in the same overtime. So it doesn't even really matter. We had to keep fucking playing. Notre Dame 31, Georgia Tech 13. What about Notre Dame, Northern Illinois? What was the score of that game? I can't remember. How bad did Notre Dame beat Northern Illinois? I know Notre Dame was favored by like 30, so they probably killed them. All right, Georgia Tech gets the ball first this time. Start of the 8th overtime now. Still tied. 8th overtime. Haynes King back to throw under pressure, running for his life. Has to throw it out of the back of the end zone, incomplete. Georgia will have a chance to win it, but fuck, that don't mean nothing. I mean, that means literally nothing. You know Georgia's not converting this shit. We got to go to 9 overtimes and at least tie the record. Fuck. Come on, man. 3 yards. This is your 7th try for 3 fucking yards. All right. Georgia huddling up. Now they're up to the line. Humphreys wide up top. Somebody, who the fuck is number 20? They got people in the game, I don't even know who they are. Handoff.
There we go. Thank God.
Bluetooth for life, dummies. Bluetooth for life, dummies.
Wow. That was absolutely crazy.
Fuck the trolls. Hey, if there's any Georgia Tech fans in here, shout out to y'all for real.
That was a great game.
Unbelievable fucking game. I thought Georgia Tech was the better team for the overwhelming majority of the game. Crazy fourth quarter. Obviously crazy overtime. I think Brent Key's crying. Georgia Tech's head coach. And I'm not even saying that. I'm not saying that to make fun of him. Him and Kirby were hugging. It looked like Brent Key was crying. What a fucking game. Shout out to the Georgia Tech fans. I'm not going to... I meant what I said. I'm not going to talk no shit to y'all. Not now. I'm not even going to make a post-game video. Anybody that cares what I think is in here watching right now anyway. I'm not even going to make a post-game video and talk any shit. Tomorrow or Sunday on the Your Season Is Over video, I will have to take the Georgia Tech helmet down and move it over to the wall, but I ain't going to talk. I mean, what can I say? I'm not going to talk any shit. I'll talk shit about the 2,000 trolls that showed up in here because they thought I was going to lose, but I didn't. I won again, no matter how mad it makes you. Bluetooth for life, fucking dummies. Bluetooth for life. How mad does that make you? That makes you mad, doesn't it? On a type 10 if you're so mad you can't see straight. Trolls. And shout out to the Tool Army, too. Shout out Tool Army. Shout out LouTube. Shout out Uncle Lou. Shout out to the trolls. I love the trolls. I told you earlier, this channel was built on trolls. I love the trolls. But for real, Georgia Tech, this is a good season for Georgia Tech. Obviously a heartbreaking loss there, but I'm not, nothing but respect for Georgia Tech and the Georgia Tech fans. All right? I'm serious. Nothing but respect for Georgia Tech. Haynes King. I don't think there's a team in the country that wouldn't take 100 Haynes Kings on their team. I mean, the guy gives everything he's got. Georgia is obviously a way more talented team than Georgia Tech, but you'd never know that from watching this game. Georgia Tech showed up to play. They took it to Georgia. And that's one of the luckiest wins I've probably ever seen Georgia get right there. Yeah, that's one of the luckiest wins I've seen Georgia get in a long, long time. So, unbelievable. JD Pierce says you can go get your happy ending massage now. Yeah. Nice lateralis tat. Lou. Yeah, thanks, Sprague. Justin Blair says type. Yeah, the trolls are irate. Aggies, Daddy is back tomorrow. Hook 'em. Yeah, this was great. I've been looking forward to this Texas A&M game since the minute they announced Texas was coming to the SEC. And I had no idea it was going to be as big of a game as it ends up being. Winner of that game tomorrow plays Georgia in the SEC championship game, so you have that. But just getting that game back after 15 years, I cannot wait for that Texas A&M game. Great stream, Lou. Can't wait for tomorrow's games. Yeah, great games all day tomorrow. King went greedy. Should have done the pop pass. Let this nightmare end. Yeah, but I do appreciate y'all hanging out with me tonight. Unbelievable game. Again, shout out to Georgia Tech and the Georgia Tech fans. Shout out to all of y'all for hanging out with me tonight. Shout out to the trolls. I love the trolls. Shout out to y'all. I'm not going to talk any shit about Georgia Tech. But also, shout out to me. I won again. And it burns you up. And I get it. I get it. Truth be known, you don't care about Georgia. You don't hate Georgia. You're not dying to see Georgia lose. You're here to see Lou lose. And unfortunately, you're going to have to wait at least another 8 days for that to happen. Because I don't know if you've heard, but Georgia is playing in the SEC championship game in 8 days. And also, they're going to the playoffs. Yeah, they're going to the playoffs. So, shout out Georgia Tech and all their fans. Unbelievable game. Appreciate y'all hanging out. Shout out to me. Shout out to LouTube. Shout out to my tattoos. Once again, let's get a thumbs up for Lou's tattoos. W in the chat for Lou's tattoos. And I'll be back on at 9 a.m. in the morning for the college kickoff show. We'll take a look at all tomorrow's games. Try to figure out a way maybe that we can make some money betting on the games tomorrow too. Would be ideal. Would be really ideal. Shout out to Haynes King for carrying Georgia Tech all night. So much respect for that guy. No doubt. No question. Puppy Princess says, I love you and wanted to come here to check on your health, handsome. I missed you so much. Hope the game didn't worry you too much. No, the game didn't worry me. What worried me was not seeing you in the chat. I thought something might have happened to you, Puppy Princess. And of course, I just wouldn't have been able to sleep tonight, not knowing if you were okay or not. So I really am grateful that you showed up here at the end to let me know that you were okay. That means a lot to me. Yeah. Just Moody says it just means more. Go Dogs. I don't know. I don't have it in me to talk any shit about Georgia Tech. I don't. I really don't. I feel like that was pretty lucky. Georgia came out of that thing with a win. Georgia Tech don't belong on your season is over. Well, I got to put them on there, I mean, but I'm not going to talk no shit. I'm not going to talk no shit about them. That was a great game. All right. I'd love to stay here and gloat all night. But I don't know if you've seen me or not, but clearly I need some beauty sleep. Arian Smith should do commercials for Butterfingers. Yeah, that guy, man. You know, he had that catch against Ohio State in the playoff game. Remember that? And that's literally the only thing he's ever done. I mean, that's literally it. In 5 years. You know, he had that big catch late in the second half or whatever it was against. So that's literally the only thing he's ever done. But anyway, I did have a good time hanging out tonight. Tough one for the nerds, but let's face it, they're used to losing. So they'll be fine. They'll get over it. No problem. But I do love you guys. I'll be back on at 9 in the morning. All right? Y'all enjoy what's left of your Friday, and I'll see you tomorrow.